Yes, can everybody hear us now? Uh, should be good now. Okay.
Okay, please tell us, are you still here right now?
And well, when they confirm that they can hear us, we might have to repeat our starting intro again.
Yes. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening. Welcome, our dear chess fans, to the live broadcast of women's candidates tournaments taking place in Khiva, Uzbekistan. So today is our third day and the third round of Pool B, where leading female players are fighting for the right to challenge for the women's world chess title.
And today is game 3 of the quarterfinal matchup. So we have 2 draws in both quarterfinals, both in Alexandra Kosteniuk versus Alexandra Goryachkina, and also with Tang Zhongyi versus Katerina Lagno. All games have been drawn so far, and very, very sharp play by all these players. So we'll see how the trend continues on game 3 of each match.
Yes, yesterday was a rest day. I know that a sightseeing tour was organized, but I do not know who was on it because I couldn't find any new photos or any news note on the official website. But I know for sure that Alexander rode a camel. I checked her Instagram.
I saw that too.
Actually, this is very good topic. What should a chess player prefer and how to spend the day off?
Yeah. Right, like you need a blend of probably some chess preparation still, but also just a mental relaxation, right? PMD Linux, welcome in.
Do we have a first move or not yet?
We do not, or at least I don't see a move in the DGT board. But I can also refresh it because sometimes the live board is a little bit behind. Whoa. Okay. It's a chameleon. It's changing colors a little bit here and there.
Okay, so Alexander Kosteniuk, she plays white today, as it was in the first game.
Yes. Correct. And then I played e4 just so we could get the classroom going, but right now, actually nothing played. Although Powerful Knight is saying that there was an Italian game, so maybe there is a little bit of a delay. Hey, wait, Win, thank you for the raid. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Hope your stream went well, and if you're just now joining, KD Learns, and this is Oksana Kosteniuk, a woman FIDE master. We are commentating.
Welcome.
We are commentating for Grandmaster Alexandra Kosteniuk as she competes in the Women's Candidates Tournament. She is in the quarterfinals right now, and yeah, we're waiting for the games to start, although it seems like maybe there might be a slight delay in the live feed of moves right now.
Yeah, probably. Generally, it starts at 3 p.m. Uzbekistan time. What do we know about the first rounds? That it was really tough rounds, and nobody happy right now with the games. We remember that after the first round, Alexandra Kosteniuk, she told in an interview that she wasn't really happy, yes, and she made some mistakes. And after the time preview, it was like a relief that they had a draw. And after the second round, Goryachkina, she also managed that I'm still warming up in this tournament. Not everything is smooth, but I'm doing my best. So it's the Goryachkina's words. Okay, so now we are waiting for the first move. How do you think?
Wouldn't be surprised to see some more E4 games, but yeah, I mean the trend is that both players are playing Rui Lopez's, right? Because yeah, or 2 days ago and the day before, both players played the Rui Lopez, but it was different variations. So we'll see if we continue the battle of the Rui Lopez or if we go into a different game. Oh, it looks like we do have a different game actually, but it is E4.
Yes, it's E4, but it's different opening. It's Italian opening.
So ultra solid moves here, and yeah, no Rui Lopez today. No Spanish with Bishop B5. Although the yeah. Well, I was gonna say there's no Spanish opening for the chat today, but Spain did find a way to sneak through that that group stage in the World Cup.
Mm-hmm.
Do you follow the World Cup much, or not really?
Not really, but I read the news and I know that it was really like strange situation with the Mexico team, yeah, because they won the last game in the pool, but unfortunately it was not enough to go further.
Yeah. But
what about you?
do
you have your favorite team?
I mean, Team USA, right? Escaped the group stage narrowly. But I thought, I mean, isn't Germany not making it to the knockout stage? Like, Germany didn't make it through, and like Japan was the big upset, right?
Yeah.
And both players play a move with their H pawn, H6 and H3. See, pretty much complete symmetry. I mean, all that's left is for black to play D6, and we'll have absolute symmetry. And which is funny because a couple days ago we had complete symmetry with 4 pawns in the middle of the board on the same file, which is quite wild. But yeah, we'll see if we get continued symmetry or when the players will break that.
Yes, because it's tie in the match, so just 1-1. And so today is the last game for Alexandra Kosteniuk for playing white. So let's see.
Oh, and PMD, thank you so much. And yeah, it's 5 a.m. for you. Yeah, it's 5 a.m. for me as well. Although I went to bed early yesterday, and sounds like you are staying up. So definitely go get that sleep and get rested, and we'll see you later. Yeah, and our favorite game every single day, right? Where in the world are you watching from, and what is the time for you? For me, it is 5 a.m. I'm in the eastern U.S. And Oksana, would you like to share your
Yeah,
time zone
sure.
here?
I'm currently in Bangkok and now it's a comfortable time. It's 5 p.m.
Very nice, very nice. Well, speaking of comfort, we have d6 from black trying to maintain that symmetry, but white is forcing the issue a little bit with knight a4, saying, well, probably not a good idea to continue with symmetry. So we actually see bishop d6, and now it's a question of whether or not white wants to take the bishop and kind of get the bishop pair, or continue on with another plan. Alexandra plays a3, basically saying, well, I don't have to decide right now, but still a possibility for the future.
I guess that it's all a preparation, so they both should know what to play right now.
Yeah, you see this h3 and a3 setup, just these knights not being allowed to move forward, at least not to the g4 and b4 squares, but see where they ultimately decided to put their pieces. And a3 could also be just an attempt to, like, if black ever plays knight a5, well, the bishop can always hide itself away from being captured, so that could be the reason behind a3. Also, just a friendly reminder, chat, stay hydrated, because if you want to play your best chess, you gotta stay hydrated. You have to sleep well, and you know, have nutrition and everything, all that fun stuff. It Oops, can you hear us? Oh yeah. Even the best players in the world, right? You have Magnus, and then you also have like Fabiano Caruana. Like all those people uh do a lot of fitness to stay in shape, and um like sleep, hydration, fitness, all of that is part of the equation. Which, because I think Nepo, like Jan Nepomniachtchi, he lost a lot of weight when he was preparing for the World Championship match last year. So I wonder if he's gonna do something similar for this year against Ding Liren.
Yeah, of course, for some really important chess events, chess players usually trying to be in good physical shape, yes, in good mental form. But I think, unfortunately, that happens especially for only these events, not regularly.
Yeah. Yep, true. And also, thank you so much to Illustract for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. Welcome. If you've heard our spiel already, then sorry, but you're about to hear it again. We are commentating for the FIDE women's candidates, and specifically in this quarterfinal matchup, we have Alexandra Kosteniuk against Alexandra Goryachkina, and yeah, it's game 3. We've seen 2 draws so far. In game 1, Goryachkina had a little bit of an advantage, and that advantage dissipated. It went away during a little bit of time pressure. And in game 2, it was just ultra solid play from both players. So we're gonna see how we go in game 3 here today.
Yeah, so it's really exciting chess battles of leading female chess players. And now it's a new knockout system in chess for the women's candidates tournament. And they are fighting for the women's world chess title, for the right to challenge for the women's world chess title.
Right. And those of you that are newer to chess, the way that the World Chess Championship works is that the candidates tournament is basically figuring out who will be the one candidate who challenges the world champion. So the world champion from the reigning world champion doesn't need to play in this tournament. They play the winner of the tournament. And Oksana, did you say that you preferred the knockout format instead of a round robin?
Yes, I prefer because it's more exciting, it's more interesting to watching, it's more nervous. Yeah, it's really very interesting from the point of viewers and from the point of commentators as well.
Right. There's something different about the psychology of playing the same person every day instead of a round robin where every single day is a new opponent. It's like you share the same history in the tournament except on opposite ends instead of like depends on what so and so, it depends on what that person does and that person does, and then like in the matchup it's like just you versus me, but in round robin everyone can beat everybody, and it's all a little unclear of like how much you actually control yourself.
Yes, and in knockout system, the weight of the mistake is really high. Yes,
True.
if you make a little mistake, so it can be not really good.
Yeah, that's true, because like every mistake is even more important, because in a round robin where you play everybody, you can afford to have a bad game as long as you have really good games later. But if you have a bad game in a knockout system, then either you're losing, or it's like you need to immediately answer the next day.
Yeah, get a revenge immediately.
Right.
But now 1-1 in both matches. And today and tomorrow are really important days. So in knockout system, every day is really important.
Yeah. But yeah, with 2 draws already completed, and then entering into game 3 out of 4, if either player comes out today with a win, then they only need to hold a draw in the 4th game. So if you need a draw to win, it puts a lot of pressure on the other player to create complications and imbalances that might be risky for both players, instead of this kind of pushing for one side here. But we see bishop e6, and I guess after a3, white is saying, well, I would like to keep my light square bishop if possible, and immediately black says, well, now what? Like, do you want to trade? Or even if you keep your light square bishop, then it's not really productive, because if they trade here and the rook goes on a2, then that wouldn't make a whole lot of sense. That would be not ideal for white. So see if white chooses to ignore bishop e6 and like allow this capture, or if they're gonna simply take here.
It's interesting that for this move, Alexandra Goryachkina spent 10 minutes. So she chose what she chose to play.
Right. But it seems like, yep, okay, yeah. I was gonna say, it seems like it would only make sense to take, because allowing the bishop to be captured and damaging the pawn structure doesn't seem very sensible because then you're gonna hang your e4 pawn. So Alexandra goes ahead and takes the bishop, and we have this interesting pawn structure for black where they have two e pawns, but could be helpful in the center because it could easily help a d5 push here.
And also black, they have open f file. Probably somehow they can make some pressure if they would prefer, yes, to castle.
And we do see castles from white, and we'll likely see castles from black as well, but you know, kind of like Oksana was saying, to take advantage of that open f file. Oh, and Oksana, is there anything in particular that you did during your rest day as a commentator that you would like to share with chat?
Yeah, I made a training, Muay Thai training.
How was that?
Yeah, it was fantastic, and I really can advise to do Muay Thai to everyone because it's very nice for your body. It's aerobic, and the same it's for your strain. It's very good.
That's exciting. Yeah. And you said it was your first time doing Muay Thai, right?
Yes. Yesterday it was my third training.
Amazing.
Yes, Alexandra rode the camel yesterday. Yes, right.
That camel that she rode looked huge. Like, she was high off the ground.
Huge and cute at the same time.
Both, yes.
Yeah.
But it's crazy because she was so like high off of the ground.
Yes, I need to say that it's generally Uzbekistan is a very beautiful country, and Hiva, where is our tournament taking place, is really very ancient, fantastic city. So if you think where to go, you can go to Uzbekistan. And actually, Uzbekistan is booming chess now, because national team won the gold medal in the Chennai Olympiad, and they got a silver medal in the recent World Teams Championship in Israel. So now chess is so popular in Uzbekistan, and it's very good for chess.
Yeah, and they have the reigning world rapid champion, right? Noderbek Abdusatorov.
Yeah, yes, right.
So a lot of good things for Uzbek chess.
And one thing more, do you know that Alexandra Goryachkina, she has a younger sister, and now in Uzbekistan, in parallel with these knockout matches, they have a few tournaments as well. And Alexandra Goryachkina's sister, her name is Oksana as well, and she's playing right now in this tournament.
Wow! Wait, that that's funny. I did not realize that it was the same sibling names.
Yeah, but probably she has XS, not X. You see?
Oh, right. It's flipped. Yeah. Wait, actually though, right? Like she probably does have a KS, than instead of the X. I kind of want to look this
Yeah,
up.
we discussed in previous streams that we have two Alexandras in this match, and it's the same names, of course, but with different spelling.
Yeah.
So Oksana you can also spell in different way.
Wait. Okay. How do I look? All right. I'm on the FIDE website, searching
Yeah.
for Oksana Goryachkina. And the website is really slow, or my internet's very slow. But hopefully, chat, you can. Hopefully, we're not like lagging or anything. I think it's just the
No,
FIDE website.
sometimes it's really working very slowly.
And it's really unfortunate because every time I type in Oksana Goryachkina, the only result that comes up is Alexandra Goryachkina. So, oh wait, here's a story.
It's interesting. Let's try to make it once again. Probably, but how it could happen? I guess she definitely played in FIDE tournaments or with FIDE rating.
Yeah. Wait, is her sister like a lot younger than her?
Whose sister?
Is Alexandra Goryachkina's sister a lot younger?
Yes, a lot younger.
Okay.
Because her sister is 12.
Okay. Wow. Yeah. FIDE's not working, but I did find some tweet about, yeah, she was playing in like I guess a year ago she was playing in under 11 group, so it makes sense if she's 12 now.
Yeah, it's strange, but there is no results for Oksana Goryachkina. Yes, right. Probably on only in Russian system you can find. Okay.
Very cool. That's yeah. I feel like that's. I wonder if she feels a lot of pressure or not, or if she's just enjoying the ride, enjoying the journey.
Yeah, probably.
At the same time, it might be nice to have an older sister who can help mentor and teach. Because that's what you were telling me on earlier commentary, that like you and Alexandra Kosteniuk never really competed a whole lot against each other. It was much more collaborative and helpful, right?
Yeah, because 3.5 years in the childhood is really big distance.
Yeah.
So when you already, for example, when my sister, she was 8, of course, she played really good. And she already participated in big tournaments.
That's crazy. And for Alexandra and Oksana Goryachkina, their age difference is like 12 years, so I'm sure it's very different as well, or very similar, because their age is so different.
Yeah, probably if you can play as professional chess, for example, like Musachuk sisters, yes, of course. Sometimes they can even play each other.
Yeah.
With each other.
Which I think even the Musachuk sisters, they often draw when they play against each other in classical chess. But we do have a series of moves on the board: b4, queen e8, and c3. So I feel like these pawn moves are kind of like dominating this knight now because the knight has no squares to go to. But also it might be a committal pawn move because again, pawns don't move backwards, chat. So something always to remember there. But that is that's what we
Actually,
see.
if we will compare this opening with the Spanish opening, I think we can mention that Italian opening is not so like fighting opening, you know, if comparing with the Spanish. So I think it's a match strategy too.
Right. To like play a little bit more safely and get to the tie breaks. Is that what you're thinking?
No, not safety, but in different way, you know. Sometimes in different way doesn't mean that it's safety. Probably you can find a good word for this game. but let's see.
Yeah. Yeah, Linux, I really like that idea. We need a variant where pawns can move backwards in chess. That would be very interesting if you could make a backwards pawn move.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow, we see King H8. King H8, maybe. I don't know. There's no light square weaknesses, and I mean, I guess unless the queen came out to B3, but there's no like real light square weaknesses where the king would have to get out of something like that. Well, it could be some sort of threat that Goryachkina did not like, but or
Actually,
maybe
white right now they have a really good good space for their pieces. They can really regroup their pieces as they want.
right. Yeah. Yeah. Although.
And interesting that now Alexandra Goryachkina, she still has about 10 minutes less.
Oh, well, I think 15 minutes less.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Even more.
And yeah, it does feel like White's pieces are controlling better squares in general, and it's not really a need for immediate action, but more just continually improving pieces, something like bishop d2 or getting the rooks to a better location. But who knows? It's or even getting this knight back or deciding to capture at some point.
Actually, it's very interesting line with the knight a4, I guess, because it's it let you make a c3 and all the pawns on king side.
This is
It's nice.
This is an interesting idea. Rook a2. I guess because there's no light square bishop anymore, the rook can kind of sit on a2 and decide what file it wants to double up on at some point. That's the only reason I can see for rook a2 is like at some point in the future it will double up with the rook on f1, depending on what file they eventually have opening up here. What file would you think is most likely to open up though?
It seems like F.
Like a knight 91 or knight move somewhere and push f4.
But for pushing f4, you need, yes, to move knight somewhere, probably on h4, I don't know. h4 could be, but...
Yeah. Rook a2 is I don't know if any non-titled player would find Rook a2. That's quite the idea there. We'll find out exactly how it turns out, but if my opponent played Rook a2, I would be so confused. Well, and I feel like I'm not alone in that camp, because even Goryachkina is probably going to take a few minutes here to think. She's already used 2 minutes of her time figuring out what plan to go with after Rook a2. Yeah.
Yes, actually, I think not so easy to choose the plan. So it's interesting. Few moves ago, I mentioned that Italian opening is not so sharp, for example, yes, as a Spanish opening. But now we can see that it's not so. It's not so.
Yeah. You're saying it's not so sharp, or it's not so easy, so it is a little bit more sharp in this position.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I guess I'm not really sure what moves with like a clear purpose make sense here. Except, again, like, if you don't have a clear plan, just trying to improve your pieces. And if you look at the worst piece in Black's position, well, I mean, I guess the bishop, but even the bishop, it's looking at some useful squares. It's just that the bishop can't really do anything to improve its position, because if you ever move the a pawn, the knight will probably take, and this structure is a little bit worse than probably having the open a file for your rook. So I don't think Black can really improve the dark square bishop. So the next worst piece is this knight, because it has no useful squares they can go to, at least forward. So maybe moving the knight back to e7 and eventually rerouting it another direction could make sense. But also on e7,
Yes.
it's supporting, again, like a d5 push.
Yes, probably a d5 push. We can count if it's possible, and how it will be good or not really for Black. Probably Black would like to move the knight to h5 and then f4.
True. I'm still confused by king h8, but well, honestly, even queen e8, because the queen was on d8, right, and moved it to e8. I mean, I guess because, you know, there's a little bit more freedom on the light squares.
Mhm.
But I mean, I don't think the queen's going anywhere anytime soon.
Yes, and also bishop on b6 is not so easy to escape somewhere else.
I said I don't think the queen's going anywhere anytime soon, but
Yeah.
queen f7 is played. But I mean, okay, that's not like going anywhere too far from where it was before. But yeah, I guess it's to take advantage of the semi-open f file, or just to pile pressure there.
Do you remember the first round we could guess what will happen? No, not really.
Right. Yeah. This is new territory for me, at least. I mean, rook a2. I don't know. Never seen that one. But that's why chess is an art, right? It's
Yeah.
It's an art and a science.
Especially, yes, especially in such positions, because it's very interesting plants you can find here from the both sides.
Yeah, it's actually kind of funny that the knight's on a4, because there's just like this tension can only be broken by white. Like, black has no choice really except to leave it there.
Yes, but I guess now it's not really the time to take a bishop, because you need to keep this tension. It's good for white.
Right. And if like, I feel like it wouldn't make sense to play rook a2 and then play knight takes b6, because the whole point of rook a2 is most likely to put it on a different file, whether it's the f file or another file. And if you're planning on moving the a rook, then you can't open the a file for your opponent to pressure a3. So most likely white will just forever assign this knight to this dark square bishop until black decides to do something about it. But yeah, it could be. I'm just thinking, like, could it be useful for black at some point to have an semi-open c file? Because if black ever plays a6, then most likely white would take before the bishop can escape and just exert pressure on this long diagonal, which the king is on, by the way. So
yeah, but if they will play a5, for example, yes, I think we can exchange our knight, because after we have two weak pawns on b6 and d6 as well.
true. Okay, got it. That makes a lot more sense. I was gonna say, like, if a6 or a5 and takes, then black all of a sudden can put the rooks on the c file. But yeah, Oksana, that makes a lot more sense, that these pawns are actually much weaker. And I'm seeing even just something like bishop e3 after that, like, so a6 takes and bishop e3, all of a sudden black is already having some interesting choices here.
It's interesting what for was the queen f7 move. With what idea? Probably to play with the knight to h5 and then to f4.
Well, and yeah, just long term.
Probably for d5, knight e5, knight f4, to play after d5. But it's really very long line.
Yeah. Yeah, and I guess d5 is also risky though for black because I feel like, again, like you're kind of, maybe we're making the assumption that white would take and black would get this nice center. Like if white doesn't take, they just play like rook e1 or literally just anything, right? If black ends up trying to take, even if they at some point win a pawn, which white can prevent them from doing, but like even if they win a pawn, like all of a sudden like they just have a doubled or tripled isolated pawns, that would be not particularly a strength, right? So if you're winning a pawn but it's hard to support those pawns, then might not really be all that advantageous.
So I guess that with the next white move, we will see the plan. What for was rook a2, probably. So we have already moved on the board, right?
Yes.
Rook e1.
Fun.
Yeah, it's
Yep.
already on our boards. Okay. So rook e1, I guess it's a move for defending our pawn on e4, because probably white they want to play d4 or something like that in the nearest future.
See?
Yes, because now rook on a2 is defending f2 pawn.
Oh, I see.
So in some case, probably in some lines.
I see. Okay, so it's not to double the rooks, or potentially not to double the rooks. It's more to provide support on the f file in case these pieces
probably
move. Yep. Basically
it's
getting
just a guess.
Yeah. Relieving pressure in case that these two pieces move, and all of a sudden you have a queen rook battery come down the f file, and
yeah,
and technically the bishop as well. But wow, because when did she play rook a2? It was rook a2 was after queen e8 and king h8. Then she found rook a2, basically saying, look, if you're moving the queen over, then I'm gonna have a prophylactic move to get rid of your pressure before you even form the battery. I'm gonna go ahead and address the issue. Oksana, do you think we should take a moment to look at the other game of the quarterfinals?
yes, probably, because now of course here is interesting position, but sometimes we really want to know what happens on the other board.
Okay, so we had d4, d5, and we have queen's gambit declined. Black took on c4 and gave up the center. Bishop gets traded for the knight. Okay, and we're in this position where white has temporarily gambited one of those central pawns to gallop in with knight b5. And this seems like it should be theory because it's still quite early, and I think, okay, so the engine, I'm cheating right now. I'm using the engine, but it seems like queen a4 is the only move to keep any sort of advantage. But it looks kind of nasty because you're threatening a discovery here, and you're also threatening the bishop. So And if you tried to pin my knight, then I would obviously take the bishop, and it's all pretty well supported. So queen a4, and black probably needs to both block the discovery and protect the bishop. So I would think like queen a4, knight c6. At the very least, white can go and win the d pawn back, supported by both knights. And then the knight on c6 isn't truly protecting because the queen would be pinning the knight to the queen. Wait, that does seem crazy. So I'm going to play it out. It's not on the analysis board. It's on the live board below me. But queen a4, knight c6. If you take, then you have extra pressure on this on the c6 knight, and you have to defend that some way. Like, it seems like white is definitely playing with a lot of initiative here.
And again, Katerina Lagno, she has less time than Tan.
True.
Again, we'll have a time pressure.
Yeah, I think, I mean, Tang Zhongyi is coming in with the heavy preparation because white definitely seems to be playing with the initiative, and they're the ones that are, you know, demanding appropriate defense from black. So I mean, good job by her to come with that prep.
Yes, and again, in this position, you need to play really accurate on the both sides.
Wow. And Linus Feet, the format is a 4-game match in each round. Also, thank you for the raid, Lippo Steve. Welcome in, welcome in. We're doing a live commentary for Alexandra Kosteniuk, aka Chess Queen, and she is in the quarterfinals of the Women's Candidates Tournament. The winner of the Candidates Tournament gets to challenge the reigning world champion, Ju Wenjun. And this works well with the question about the format. It's a quarterfinal match, semifinal, finals of the candidates, and each match is a 4-game match with tiebreaks needed. With tiebreaks if needed, which I think the tiebreaks start with rapid games, and then those continue to be tied. Then it goes to a blitz games as well. But
yes, exactly. It's a lot of knockout matches.
Mm-hmm. And these can be really long events, so sometimes it's sometimes a rest day is even needed. So yesterday was that rest day for the players, and today they are back in action.
Yes, and we have a it like calls for 5-hour time control. So the time control is 90 minutes for the first 40 moves, followed by 30 minutes for the rest of the game, with an increment of 30 seconds per move.
Right.
So it can be 5-hour time game.
Yeah. And oh my gosh.
It's our first hour.
Yeah.
We have already 14 moves on boards. So.
Yep. And yeah, so it's a long process. So get cozy, get your water, maybe grab a blanket, and hang out. Okay, so it seems like Tang Zhongyi is taking her time on this next move, but I feel like if she came with all this prep, I would think Queen A4 would make sense, and also, I mean, even Queen A4 even if it wasn't opening theory preparation, like queen a4 seems like a super strong move just because of the threat of the discovery. So I would think queen a4 would be coming, but she's taking her time just to double check her plan. And in the meantime, maybe we get back to Alexandra versus Alexandra.
Yeah, let's do it.
And we do see some moves on the board. What do we have here?
We have one move more.
Oh yeah,
Black played rook d8. Rook a d8.
They might be really pushing for
Yes,
d5.
they are preparing d5. Definitely.
Yeah, in rook to d8, you know, earlier I was saying, like, does black even really want to take this pawn and triple stack themselves? And like, even if they were able to win a pawn, would they really want to have this triple stack structure? But now, like, if white were to capture with their d pawn, well, oops, the queen's in the same line of sight, so that is why that is now even more dangerous. Like, d5 is now a more dangerous threat because the queen and the rook share the same file. So if these two d pawns get removed, it's goodbye queen. So of course, obviously, Alexandra Kosteniuk will see that, but it's something that she would likely need to react to. But first, she does break the tension. It's kind of like, okay, your rook on the a file would be quite annoying, but now that you're not on the a file, she takes the bishop, and a takes b6 is played. So maybe even Goryachkina could waste a tempo to move back to the a file, but it just depends. Both players trying to figure out what the other player is planning and disrupt it.
We have a4 on the board.
Yeah.
Yeah, so white decided to make a pressure on queen side as well.
So, a4. I mean, a4 is not to go. I mean, a4 is not to go a5, right? Is it to support b5?
You think? No, I think a5 should be the first move if you want to go further.
I guess, I mean, yeah. I don't know. I mean, I'm trying to figure out. I mean, a5, you kind of just like, okay, white just doubled black's pawns, but a5 allows them to dissolve that doubled pawn with no issues, right? And then stockpile pressure back on the a file.
But if you play b5, black can play knight a5, for example.
Yeah, but knight a5 and where are all the squares? Like, these squares are all taken up. Now c6 is taken up, and the knight's kind of stuck on the side of the board, and the rook can't take advantage of the semi-open file. So if the knight is on a5, I think white's pretty happy. They're they're almost playing with an extra piece at that point.
Yeah, but how you can prevent a5? Or you don't care about a5? You can move on e7 and just planning d5 after knight g6, for example.
Sorry, did you say like knight e7, knight g6?
I'm asking you if you don't play knight a5, so it does mean that you don't care about a5.
Okay, so like, okay, b5. Okay, so like b5, knight e7, and then a5. But I think again, this is just like it's dissolving the doubled pawn. But
this double pawn, they are not weak.
true.
So probably it's not the point to care about these double pawns.
Yeah. Sure. Like, yeah, it only matters if it's a weakness, right?
Yeah.
But it can't be attacked, so.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so actually, we do have a move on the board, and it looks like
Yeah. So we have knight e7, right?
Yeah.
So what we have discussed right now, she wants to play knight g6, I guess.
Yeah. But I guess so if a5 and takes with the rook, all of a sudden there could be a battle over the a file. Is that the point?
I'm not sure that a5 is it's a better move right now. Probably we can keep tension a little bit. Probably it's time to go with our bishop on e3, for example. Yeah.
Does look like a good square now that the dark square bishop on b6 is no longer. Complicated position, but as the powerful knight on c6 said, that our Alexandra is so well prepared, and I think you can see that just in the difference in the clock right now. She's up 20 minutes on the clock right now, which is I would call that a successful opening, being still having the advantage of plus 0.7 and being up 20 minutes on the clock. I think that's a good start to the game for sure, as good as you can ask for white at this level.
But it's not a crucial difference at this point, but soon probably they need to play a little bit faster, of course.
Well, so in game 1, Goryachkina actually had a slight advantage, and under time pressure, she gave away that advantage. So maybe if Goryachkina is, slightly at a small disadvantage and also under time pressure, then maybe something similar could happen, except with a different starting point, and that could be all the difference there for Alexandra Kosteniuk. welcome in Zudaka, and yeah, hope you all are enjoying your Friday morning. Sometimes, with these early mornings, I forget what day of the week it is, but it is Friday.
Weekend is coming.
Mm-hmm.
What plans do you have, the chess viewers? You can write in our chat.
Any big weekend plans? Nice. Linux is gonna pet their cat and sleep. That sounds like a fantastic goal for the weekend. Very achievable, very measured, just calculated and executable.
So you need to pet your cat for all the weekends.
Giving the cat the attention it deserves.
Yes.
Two knights, a rook, and queen on king side. Be careful, chess queen with f4 square. That's also a good point. Sudaka is saying that black is carefully transferring all their pieces over to the king side. King h8, maybe just the giant king side attack at some point. Planting a knight on f4, and then just steamrolling down the board. But it's that's a lot of moves to be played for black to execute. So I'm sure in the meantime, Alexandra Kosteniuk would be finding a plan to counteract that pressure, whether it's defense or maybe even just playing on the other side of the board.
I guess now white choosing what to play. Yes, because of course you can play with the bishop on e3 because it's time. It's time to for all pieces on the board, or probably even to prevent somehow the pressure on f4. I don't know how. If interesting, if you can play, for example, g3, it's also possible.
True. Yeah.
Not too bad.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the h3 pawn isn't really weak. Like, there's no way to get to it if you play g3. There's not a square except for f4, but if the pawn's on g3, it's not really possible for black to get to the h3 pawn unless maybe like queen h5, but queen h2 seems to be safe, but
no, or even I prefer g2 for king.
Oh,
Yeah.
true. Okay, yeah. Because actually, I think
Yeah.
g3 here and here, then actually this knight check could come, but I don't think it actually does anything. Either way. Oh, actually, I think that would be kind of bad. So, okay, I'm just gonna play it because I think I see where an issue where like the knight on f3 would become weak. So let's say queen h5. Okay, yeah, king g2 would hold it, but the reason why king h2 is bad is because I thought this check, maybe not.
Yes, if you cannot, if you can don't let
Yeah.
some things like this when you have queen opposite you.
So actually,
So
it's not a check. It's the fact that black can win a pawn, and if you take, then they simply take with the queen or the rook, and
yes,
they win
sure,
a
sure.
pawn. But ultimately, it's the discovery of the rook on f3.
Okay, I don't think that they count this line.
Yeah. Well,
So it's
this
just
is why king
players. Yeah.
g2 would make more sense, like you were saying, because the king is an added defender.
Okay.
I guess that's not considered a prediction. That's more exploration and analysis, just to see what people could be thinking. That. But yeah, some thought going on here, and honestly, it seems like a good time to use some of that clock advantage that she gained. Kind of make sure she goes forward with the plan that she likes here. But I guess bishop e3 could be actually just an improving move, but maybe Alexandra wants more with this move. We go to
Do you like this position for white or for black?
that's a question for chat as well, not just me.
Yeah.
I don't know. It does seem that black has a point of, queen e8 and queen f7. They are proving they are working on proving a point. But at the same time, it still feels like white has a lot of control over important squares, and maybe even some pressure on the queen side to continue crashing through. But I don't know. I mean, it's hard to say. I feel like both players have a good argument. It's just about accurate play here. Which position do you like better?
I like white's position because white now they have a few plans. You can choose whatever you want. It's always pleasant when you have something to do. For black is not so obviously.
And that
What's the match score? 1-1. Yeah, we had a 2 draw in the first 2 rounds.
Yep. So another observation. You came a little dressed up today. Is that a collar, or is that I think I need to step up my dress code tomorrow.
You think that I dressed
Was
up?
that a? Oh, I can't tell. I thought maybe that was like a suit jacket or something. I couldn't. Okay, never mind.
No, it's just
Oh, okay.
not really, just a
Yeah,
little bit.
very nice.
And you have the same.
I do. It was cold when I woke up, so I was like, ooh, probably going with the sweatshirt because it's a little chilly here.
Yes, during the first round, I had air conditioning right in front of me, and so a little bit cold right now.
Yeah. Although, yeah, for here it's what is the weather? I think it's well, I'll give it in Celsius and Fahrenheit. Okay. This is easy. I don't even need to do any conversion. It's 32 degrees Fahrenheit, which means that it is 0 degrees Celsius.
Ooh, it's cold. It's cold.
Yeah.
I will check what the weather now in Uzbekistan.
True. Well, they're wow, maybe my
Okay.
geography is not so great, but isn't Uzbekistan? They're on the northern side, so or no, are they close to the equator?
No, not really.
Okay, so they're more north. Yeah, so it should be pretty cold.
I guess not so cold because they have really warm summer. I guess probably some plus 15 they have. Let's check. People. Oh no, they have -2.
Oh.
So it's quite cold. Yeah.
Oh
I
gosh.
thought it would be warmer.
Whew.
Mhm.
Yeah, even colder than here.
Yeah.
So, Alexandra does go with this A5 plan, and can we both promote the A5 move in the classroom?
Yes, just a minute. I will back to the classroom. So, promote which move?
Move 17 A5.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I've promoted.
There we go.
Okay, so we have A5. As we discussed, that it's one of the few lines. Okay.
So, okay, I'm seeing a couple of options here. Well, I guess 3. So like you can take as black. You can maybe play like rook A8, effectively ending this rook, right? Or you could try to avoid it entirely and play B5. But trying to figure out what the drawbacks are of either of those choices. I feel like what do you think about those 3 candidate moves, or do you have a different move in mind?
Yes, that's a deal. What to do? Exchange, yes, or not to exchange.
And I feel like if you do nothing and you just play like knight g6, then a takes b6, and then the queen, and then
But
the bishop
then,
comes.
yes, but then you will have these two weak double pawns if you will play knight g6.
Right. And in this case, they would be able to be attacked, so it would be a true weakness.
Yes, so that's why you need to do something with this. Take or go forward.
and she decides to pin the rook.
Back.
So
Okay.
you cannot take because you would lose a full rook.
Yeah.
But can the queen come to support this? The only thing that looks a little bit scary with like queen b3, I mean, I guess queen c2 or b3, but the only thing that looks a little bit scary is that when black pushes d5, and you know, which is incredibly well supported by like everything.
No, d5 it's impossible right now because you have e5 pawn, and knight
hang.
will take this e5 pawn.
Yeah, true. And with tempo here. Huh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so let's say queen b3, knight g6, and then like bishop e3, and now d5. Then the only thing that looks scary is that when all of this opens up, like the queens could see each other on the basically the queens are on the same diagonal. So my point is that if this e pawn ever moves, then black's queen is protected and white's is not. Like my only.
No, but once again, after knight g6, it's still not really good to play d5 because it's still e5 is weak because of we have two pieces tension on e5, so knight f3 and rook e1.
True. I see. So just to show everyone, in this line, knight g6, and then let's just say, what did I say? Bishop e3. Oh, so maybe bishop d2. Maybe bishop nowhere. Well,
no, I guess bishop.
Even bishop e3, because then it's a different plan. Because you're either gonna have pressure on the b6 pawn or pressure on the e5 pawn, or both. Because when you take the b6 pawn, then you all of a sudden have pressure on the e5 pawn as well. So if d5 were to be played, I bet the engine's gonna be like +2 or something. Because I guess either way, it's saying it's more accurate to go ahead and take the b pawn, because you're simply winning a pawn here. But it's also okay to take here.
It takes b6, yeah.
You have to take after this, then this whole issue with the weak e pawn is renewed.
Yeah, so d5 in this line is not really a good option for black. Definitely, it seems like this.
Great. So, yeah, rook e1 from a couple moves ago coming in handy, as it is applying some pressure and avoiding, it's disallowing some pawn breaks from black. So with that in mind, I would definitely prefer white in this position. What I thought black had is not really much of a threat at all. So white's very well set up for continued pressure here. Yeah, queen b3 would be very strong. Knowing what we know now about black's pawn pushes, queen b3 seems pretty powerful.
And look, black, they were forced to go back with a rook to a8.
True.
It's usually they say that it's not really good to go back with your piece. Because it means that you had a plan, it's not happened, and you need to back.
Right. It's like admitting that you made a mistake, right?
Probably not a mistake, but probably it's complicated to choose some plan. Yeah. So what we've just discussed. Yeah, we have, yes, so we have this option. Black could maybe try something like knight g6, knight h5, and knight f4. Yeah, we discussed this plan, but it seems that white, they don't let for black to do it. Because all these distractions with a5
Yeah,
on
yeah.
king side.
White could be faster because three different moves. And white would have 3 moves to demand attention elsewhere. Because I mean, queen b3 and bishop e3 both seem like very strong moves. Like and then and then black wouldn't be just galloping with their knights if those moves were on the board.
Yeah, so once again, white right now can choose what do they want.
I know that the position on the board seems like it's quite pleasant or improving for white here. But on the clock, it's about even at this point. So both players are starting to equalize on the time. And should we take a look at the Katerina Logno or Tang Zhongyi versus Katerina Logno?
Yeah, let's have.
See if there's any developments here. Okay. So it seems that
Yeah, they had a few more moves. It was a really complicated position as well. Not really pleasant for Katerina Lagno, and she spent more time than Tanya. And so now we can see that it's still.
Yeah. And Tang Jung-yi did find Queen A4 with a threat of a discovery. Knight B6. I'm pretty sure that was the only move. Yeah, Knight B6 only move not to completely lose. And then Knight B takes D4, pinning the knight with that discovery there. And Queen A5 coming to trade queens off. Oh.
And actually, the last move, Rook D1. It's also put some tension on Katerina because Katerina, she's thinking a lot right now. Because I checked this position, I don't know how many minutes ago, but it was the same. I will check.
Yeah, it looks like
the time.
It looks like Katerina Lognos spent 15, almost 16 minutes on finding her next move after Rook F to D1 to take the queen. She spent 15 minutes and 52 seconds. So a lot of time. This seems quite uncomfortable for black.
It's interesting that it's 14 move. Do Tan prepare this or not? It's interesting.
I think I mean Han only like spent significant time on one move, and it was Queen A4. Everything else has been played very quickly. So I don't know, maybe it was all the way up until just before Queen A4, or maybe she was just having to go through her notes mentally before committing to a move like Queen A4.
How do you think this ending is much better for white?
Well, I feel like black has to do something, and I don't know what they can do, but they have to do something, or else they're gonna get like doubled, or not doubled. They're gonna have an isolated C pawn that's gonna be very easy to attack on a open C file.
Yeah, for example, if we play rook AC1, yeah, it will be more pressure. It will be not really good for
Right.
black. So black, they need to find something.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And what if rook C8? Oh, by the way, okay, actually, I just took a look at the engine line. The only move that is not +1 for white,
Mm-hmm.
knight B8. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding? Because even if you try to
Fantastic.
right, even if you try to avoid the B pawn becoming an isolated C pawn, you try for rook C8.
Yeah.
You take anyway, and when you take, I think Oksana, you were mentioning this earlier. You just bring a rook to C1, and the bishop's pinned, so you can't just take on A4. And your next move, white's gonna take, and or either way, even if you take with the pawn, it's already quite uncomfortable. Knight D4, rook D4. Any of these plans are all very well. I was gonna say very difficult to deal with, but I don't think it can be dealt with. Like, you're gonna drop a pawn, and white's gonna be up a pawn in an endgame.
Yeah, so for black now is really tough position.
And it's not that being up a pawn in an endgame is always super decisive, but it makes it so that white's probably the only one playing for a win at that point. And I mean, I think Katerina Logno probably sees a lot of that problem, because rook a to c1 seems like a pretty natural follow-up to any other move here. So we'll see if she can find knight b8 backwards knight move.
Again, you see, we discussed not to play with your pieces back because it means that it's not so good. But sometimes you need to make it. So this is chess. So
Yeah.
you have rules, but sometimes you need to break these rules. Yeah.
And you need to know when to break the rules.
Yes.
Because if you're like, I need to break rules, let's sacrifice everything, it doesn't always work. When you give your opponent pieces, they don't always give them back, so it's important to remember.
As we have in Russian some phrase like madness and courage. And courage, madness and courage. Yeah.
Like, madness and courage are like,
Yeah.
there's like a small difference between the two. I like that. That's it's true. It's like, how do you know which is which?
Yeah, it means that you are ready to your plan, something like that.
Plahov is saying it will be difficult to use the weakness on c6. From white's perspective or black's perspective? I feel like
Actually, we have already moved on our board of 2 Alexandras.
Let me go back to it. Oh, okay.
Okay, yes, Alexander Goryachkina, she preferred to play b takes a5.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
Queen
so
b3 and then b takes a5.
yeah, sorry. Yeah, so queen b3, that the move that we checked already, and we liked it with Kevin, and Alexandra Goryachkina, she decided to exchange her pawn. Not to play b5, but to exchange.
I feel like, do you take with the rook or do you take with the pawn? I feel like either, like both are good options, but taking with a rook is probably more, I guess like, not even forcing, but just more direct, and asking like, okay, what's black's plan here?
I don't know. I would prefer to take with the pawn, I think, because you know this this interesting move, rook a2. It's like a very nice maneuver. It's with interesting purpose.
Yeah, with multiple purposes, right?
Yes, right.
And it's funny because sometimes when a piece is defending multiple pieces, it can be overloaded, but in this case, it's actually advantageous because it can do, it can help execute multiple plans or defenses. Trying to think.
Yeah, but probably it's not a big difference in some lines to take with rook or with pawn, but I think I would prefer with pawn.
Yeah. So I guess just something to note, right, is the discovery of the queen onto the b7 square, but it's actually not really great to take that because the rook just slides over and kicks the... Actually, it would... Hold on. If takes knight g6, I don't know, but basically, I guess there's compensation. Like if the queen were to take on b7, the rook slides over, then the queen can probably take another one. I don't know. Seems actually a little bit more complicated than I thought.
Yeah, because if we have open B file, it's not so easy to protect your B7 pawn, you see? Because yes, there are a lot of pieces like rook, two knights, queen, but it's the question how to protect it.
Yep.
But if you take with rook and you don't have exchange with rooks, so you don't even have a file.
Which,
And there are some different plans, but what plan?
yeah, and Alexandra does take with the rook, by the way.
Yeah, she did?
Yep. And then,
Yeah.
can we promote rook takes a5?
Yes, just okay. Yeah, okay.
And Goryachkina does not take. By the way, like if you take, then it's really bad because it previously when the b7 pawn was weak, like I guess it couldn't be captured because there's plenty of compensation with two connected rooks, but that's not the case if black were to take, then it's just a rook by itself, so it's not as powerful, kicking the king out, kicking the queen out. So Goryachkina instead opts for knight g6. We'll see if she successful in planting a knight on the f4 square.
Yeah, so she decided to wait for exchanges on a file, just to check probably what will decide white. White will decide. Yeah, it's the second hour already of this round, and it's long match. It's interesting because how you can find these 4 rounds? Is it long match or is it short match?
Well, I feel like in general it's I don't know. I think it would feel long, but I guess if you relate it to a round robin, maybe it's not quite as long. But at the same time, if you win the match, then you have to go and play another match. So it is still plenty of chess. Potentially 8 classical games plus rapid tiebreaks as needed, and blitz tiebreaks as needed. So I feel like it is no shortage of chess. That's for sure.
Yes, in these matches is more tension. So, and with all this pressure is really very difficult to play. It's a short match, too short. We have opinion in our chat.
Yeah, that's four classical games all in one go. That seems like a lot for each match, because the thing is, it's not just one, right? You have to go through 2 matches in this 2-week period.
So what move do we have now? It's already 20th move.
Yeah, I'm wondering if I don't know actually. Like the rook on e1's pretty well placed, right? So it's really, again, like, do you go and put this bishop on e3? Not like super clear like where it's going yet, but it would also like free up the rook to move to a1 if it wanted to at some point in the future. Of course, always trying to monitor d5 to some extent, but again, like there's enough pressure on the e pawn as well. Also, d5 really doesn't work because well, I guess it's tricky.
Yeah, because of the same reason.
Yeah.
We have a big pawn on e5. Oh, let's check what happened in the Tan and Lagno game, because did she find this engine move
Oh
with the
my
knight back?
gosh. She did. She found knight b8,
Mm.
and Katerina Lagno
Wow.
will continue
Okay.
to survive in this game.
Great.
Also, thank you, Anna C, for the subscription, tier 1, for 16 months. That is amazing. 16 months she has
Thank
been a
you.
sub. That's fantastic. Okay. I think at this point, pieces are getting traded, and it will be much more equal. Wow, that is some sharp play. I mean, there's no other way of looking at that. I mean, you're telling me in this position, you see all the issues with the c6 square, the open c file, and you come up with knight b8. Like you're saying, not something you would like to play every single day, but when you must move backwards like that, it's needed. But at the same time, Katerina Lagno going down on time, like she's keeping the position equal, but at what cost, right? If it there's some complications later on that she needs to spend time calculating different lines, then maybe this extra 20 minutes that she spent would be quite useful then, but she might not have the appropriate amount of time.
Probably now it's time for Tan. He has to spend some more minutes, and because if Lagno she found this move, it means that White had to choose a new plan.
Yeah, I'm wondering. So, okay, obviously, like this would be one plan, but if you really want to take advantage of the backwards knight move, can White get creative with like rook a to c1, or I guess I don't know which rook, but either rook to the c file, because okay, never mind, not the a rook. I think you had to play the d rook to c1 because if bishop takes, then you skewer and pick up the rook. Is this a nice little in-between intermezzo move? Zwischenzug?
No, but you will have one bishop off. No, it's not a good idea, I guess, to play rook with d. Yeah, rook d c1. Yes, of course. I thought you
Yeah.
you
Originally,
want to
I
play
did
rook
say
a c1. Yeah.
yeah. I did say that, and then I also realized, wait.
Okay, minus bishop. It's not a good idea for black.
Yeah. So they wouldn't be able to take.
For white. Yeah.
Actually, they can castle, right? Black would be able to castle.
I think, yeah. Yeah.
And now when you take, White can still like get in on the
rook c7.
Yep. Does black have to play like knight c6? Like that's kind of crazy. Or knight c5, I mean. No, wait. That seems so loose. Like that piece, like something's gonna fall. Knight c5, a3, and you lose the knight. So Hermit, yeah, the rook was well placed on d1, but at the same time, just because the bishop doesn't take on a4 doesn't mean that the move doesn't work, because if you get a rook on the c file, or sorry, if you get a rook on the 7th rank, then it can do some damage, especially with another rook coming at some point. So, and here, like, you can see that the knight's under attack, and you can't move to c5 to defend because a3 would boot the bishop out, and then you lose the knight. So you have to move the knight somewhere else, probably f6, and then you lose the pawn. And I feel like
Of
playing
course,
for
it's
this.
not easy position for black, yes, but right now it's the key point for white as well. What do they prefer? I see right now a playing Queen, and I guess that Katerina Lagno, she's really she's not satisfied with her position, I guess.
She's what?
She's not satisfied with her position, I guess, because in the way she's looking on her opponent, she feels nervous, I guess.
Yeah. Oh, wait, did you say that she went with a different plan too? Because it looks like Tang Zhongyi took the bishop.
Oh. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, so not let black to castle, yes, because if you castle, you have your two rook on the same line, yeah, on the same.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like...
probably it's interesting idea.
Well, at the very least, you could like if black castles here, at the very least you have knight takes e6. Of this. But apparently even better would be... Oh, okay. Anyway, but I mean, you know, black wouldn't castle, at least because of knight takes e6, dropping the pawn.
Yeah, sure. It's interesting that Alexandra Kosteniuk, she's still thinking, and because probably is somehow is a key point too in this position.
Right. She's been thinking for at least 15 minutes, right?
Yeah. About 13.
Yeah, that's quite the investment of time at this point.
Yeah, but sometimes you need to invest your time.
True. Yeah, I'm trying to think about where to go.
Where to go with white?
Yeah.
Okay, so do you remember what choice do we have?
So we're looking at like proving the bishop, but also
with bishop e3. Yeah, sounds like a good plan. What else we can do?
Could we say like rook e2 or something? Or was it
Rook e2?
And maybe not. Actually, no, because that would allow...
Because we don't have rook on a2 more.
Right.
So we need to push it.
What did we say? Were we saying d5, d4 at this point?
Right away.
I don't think.
Hmm.
I don't know. I feel like the battery on the F file might be
Probably.
a little
Yeah,
dangerous.
probably it's an option too. Why not? More tension before the first time control.
Right. Actually, before we get halfway to the first time control.
Yeah.
Because Alexandra's about to make move 20. We would be halfway to the bonus time. Halfway to the bonus time, but the clock has gone from 90 minutes to 30 minutes.
Very nice that in both matches we keep tension and we still don't understand and can predict what will happen.
It's definitely quite a high level of play here. So if a knight does get to f4, let's just say bishop e3, knight f4. I guess it's hitting this d3 pawn. Do you have to take, or can you defend this pawn somehow?
I think you need to take.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you definitely don't have a choice here.
Yeah. I'm actually seeing so like if white does nothing, it's almost like bishop e3 has more purpose too, because if you don't play bishop e3, let's just say like a random move like oh wait. If you just play like bishop d2, knight f4, and if you, well, I guess this is hanging. But I was saying like there's even like tactics with like knight takes h3, g takes, and queen takes the knight. You have to be careful. Like that f4 square is really useful for that knight. First off, the d pawn is hanging, right? So maybe even you would have to play like okay, so let's just say bishop d2, knight f4. If you do not take, then let's say you played like c4, knight takes here would be pretty catastrophic because your king is wide open and you lost a pawn. Apparently,
I think that it's not so active for white to wait for knight on f4.
oh,
What?
okay.
Do we have some move on board?
Not a move, but
No.
a.
Yeah.
Oh, we do have a move. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, d4.
Good, d4. And can we both promote that move?
Yeah, sure. Oops. Promote. Yeah.
So actually, what I realized is that line where knight f4 is first. So like if the knight goes to h5 then f4, it's probably much better. But if knight f4 immediately, when you take, it's actually winning for white, because the I think after here, sorry, just to show it, like if bishop d2, knight f4, when you take, it's completely winning because you push e5, and everything kind of falls apart in black center. Like if you take, then there's so much pressure on this e6 pawn. Actually, you take with the knight. All sorts of trouble for black here. Because where do you go with this queen?
I like, Kevin, that you choose all lines where white have better position. I really
true.
like it.
That's true. Okay, but I was like, you know, we were talking about this threat of knight f4 for so long, but in reality, it's not a threat unless the other knight gets there.
Yeah, so in reality, it's not a threat.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like, and this is, at least in my own personal experience, this is the issue when I play chess, is that I will see all these threats that my opponent can play, and that will affect my play. So I will be reacting to a threat that I think they would play, but in reality they would never play it because it's not good for them. And then all of a sudden I've wasted tempo moving and even, you know, moving my pieces in a way where it's not actually productive. And yeah, so it's what my coach calls seeing ghost. Like, you see a ghost, it's not actual threat, but you're talking to the ghost, and it's like, ooh, not ideal, not ideal.
It's like talking with a ghost from the past.
Right. Like, it's, yeah. Ooh, but this position, I guess d4 would inherently undermine this f4 square, right? But that's probably just a side effect. Also, just trying to break forward. What is the move on the board? We have knight d7. Interesting. So now that the knight is no longer on f6, white just has to be careful not to blunder any sort of queen takes f2 nonsense. But aside from that, should be fine.
It's interesting. 97.
Well, I guess
we thought that it would be the only way to take on d4, but no, not really. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
Yeah. Chess queen the best. We agree with you, Julio. We agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is quite interesting.
Yeah, it's not so obvious move, but it's really very interesting because it from one side it looks safety, but from the other side we still have a pressure on f5 right now.
Yeah.
But probably white can play bishop e3. It's like
maybe rook e2.
Yeah, rook e2. Yes, he wants to.
But Alexandra goes for bishop e3, so she doesn't use my nonsensical move. She plays bishop e3 instead, and see where we go from here.
Okay, so we started to guess some moves.
Yeah. So.
Okay, yeah, so now we have 20 moves on our board.
I mean, it's not like black can really take on d4. Like, that's not improving black's position much. I mean, they can, I guess, but again, they're not really improving their position. And as we mentioned, like, knight f4 is definitely not a plan that works for black. It's not anything to worry about. In fact, now this battery going down the f file is probably better than blocking that anyway. And what else? What else can black do? They could probably play
probably.
I think b6. Doesn't the rook just kind of go back? Like white has no interest in releasing the tension and giving the a file to black. So if b6, rook just goes back and keeps the tension. It honestly, I really, you know, if white has extra time, like rook e2, rook a2, renew the rook on a2, seems quite useful.
If you could move a few pieces in one move, yeah.
Right. If Alexandra could just, like, you know, use both hands and like act like it's just using one, and no arbiters would notice, just not even her opponent.
It's like a fairy tale.
Yeah. What to do for black here? I mean, okay, like b6 is definitely a move, and it comes with tempo. What do you really have in store for beyond that?
Okay, so probably it's the right time to make a quick break.
Yeah.
And back when we will have a few more moves.
Sounds like a plan. And yeah, that's true. We're at move 21, so right at the halfway to time control being met. So let's take a break and chat. We will leave you with some nice, happy acoustic music. So hopefully that is something you will enjoy, maybe equally as much as our voices. But
yes, and please stay with us. It will be a short break.
Make sure I'm gonna refill my water. Hopefully you are staying hydrated as well. And we'll see you in a few minutes.
Okay, so we have 5.
And we are back, everybody. Welcome in, and thanks for staying through the break. Hope you are all refreshed and ready to go because we do have a couple of new moves.
Yeah, welcome back to the Women's Candidates Tournament taking place in Khiva, Uzbekistan. In Pool B, we have two pairs, Alexandra Kosteniuk versus Alexandra Goryachkina, and Tanjuni versus Katerina Lagno. And of course, now we are watching two Alexandras match.
And in the last position that we left, bishop e3 was the last move here, but black ended up playing b6, and it's a question of, okay, will white trade rooks or move it back to a different square? And of course, trading rooks would be kind of just giving up the concession of the a file. So instead, Alexandra Kosteniuk decided to play rook a2, going back to this beautiful square, which will help defend the f pawn if needed, but also help control the a file at the same time.
Okay, so it's our favorite line for our rook. we back to a2. Yeah, so we in this third round we had Italian opening. In the beginning, we thought that it would not be so sharp as the Spanish, but it's not so. It's really a very interesting line, and with a really very deep move, rook a2.
Exactly, yeah. And both players trying to figure out what plan makes the most sense here, but Alexandra Kosteniuk took about 18 minutes to find the move d4, and I think Goryachkina is the one that is now in the think tank, as you could say, because she is spending some time here figuring out what her next plan is. Welcome in, Arcady. Thank you for showing the Chess Queen support. Creamsicle as well. Welcome.
Oh, we have more new viewers. So yes, welcome. We are covering Women's Candidates Tournament Pool B.
Oh, yeah, wait. Powerful Knight on c6 is bringing up a good point. Did you ever get that list of... Did we give the list of Russian books yesterday or 2 days ago?
Yeah, of course we are preparing because we want to keep you as much long as we can.
Yep. Oh, wait, they said that they forgot about Russian lesson. I think they meant that they had a lesson that they were supposed to go to. Oh.
Oh.
Sorry to hear that.
So it's nice reason to learn Russian.
Yeah.
Yes, we remember that we have 40 moves for the first time control. So we are close to time pressure.
Yeah. Not quite, super low, but I think Goryachkina has to make 19 more moves. So 19 moves in 32 minutes with 30-second increment. It's there's time. I mean, she's approaching about 2 minutes per move, but 32 minutes is plenty to manage across that many moves for now. And speaking of which, she does play a move, and she gets rid of the tension. So she takes on a2, and now the queen takes, and now the queen is on the second rank, helping to defend the f pawn. I say defend the f pawn, but the bishop's doing a good job, and now the queen is adding some extra support there, and kind of negating the effects of this battery on the f rank, on the f file. What? Okay, now that the tension has dissipated, where does black want to play? Do they want to play in the center? Do they want to? There's no real way for black to even transfer pieces over to the queen side because of this a file is like so well, it's just so hard to like control, right? So if anything, they're probably gonna make a break in the center at some point.
Yeah, they really grouped all they grouped in the queen side. Yeah, so as you said, they decided to play in the center.
So,
oh no, yeah, we have a move on our board.
yeah, and you have 3 different moves here, right? You can take it with the bishop, the knight, or the pawn. What makes the most sense? Taking with the bishop. Oh, sorry.
With the pawn, probably.
I was gonna say taking with the bishop. If we go through the process of elimination, if you take with the bishop, then just e5, and the bishop's quite useless, right? So it's not really gonna have a lot of useful squares. On top of that, also knight f4 is a little bit easier because you can't take the knight anymore when it arrives on f4. So, like we were talking about, like I feel like there's probably something bishop takes knight f4, and then next move, no matter what, basically knight takes h3, try and win a pawn. Knight takes h3, g takes h3, and queen takes. So for that reason, I think we can rule out bishop takes d4. Oksana was saying c takes d4. I think the only drawback.
Yes, I prefer to have my pawns also in the center.
I think the only drawback, the only like disadvantage of c takes d4 is that you have 1 versus this, or I guess really, it's just like the solo b pawn.
Yeah, but you have open C file now, and you can make a pressure on the C7 pawn.
Yep. So it might look weird to be like, oh, we got this one pawn over here, but in reality, as Oksana is saying, boom. There's some pressure, and more than likely the knight has to move, and yeah, the knight has to move so that the queen can help defend the c7 square, or I guess the rook can. But either way, the wherever the knight's moving, it's probably going to go to knight f6 and block this powerful battery that black's trying to set up. Okay, and Alexandra does play c takes d4, so both sisters are very in sync right now. You are predicting her moves perfectly here.
Yes, most of the time.
Okay. But I feel like as much as black would like for this battery to continue exerting pressure. Oh, well, she plays knight f6. So I guess if go ahead and answering rook c1 by defending the c pawn. But the question is, where is this knight even going, right? Or is it to support like a d5 push or something?
Yeah, this is a question because we thought about some plan with the f4 square for knight, but now of course it's not a time. So obviously black needs to regroup the knights, but where?
Good question.
Yeah, we like position for white as well. And even I can check now the live broadcasting from the tournament venue, and I see that probably Alexandra Kosteniuk, she likes her position as well. As far as I can see, but it's not time for relaxing, of course.
Really
Yeah, they need to play few hours more.
Yeah, we'll see. It's definitely yeah, trying to navigate this position as your clock is ticking down would be quite stressful. So see what the players come up with.
Yes, they have like 5 hours time control, as we call it. So they can play about 5 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Now they are playing already 2.5.
Right, and you know what's interesting about knight f6 immediately? I was thinking, okay, like it's preemptively defending the c7 pawn, but now that I think about it, actually our e pawn's hanging. So do we go rook c1 or do we actually play like knight d2? But knight d2 still looks a little scary because of this. Your queen is no longer defending the f2 square after knight d2.
Yeah, somehow we need to protect now our pawn on e4. Probably we have move with our queen c2.
Yep.
It's option 2. Of course, we wanted to keep some pressure on a file, but still.
Yeah, and if the rook comes to the a file and black is able to play e5, I mean, this is all together, right? So a8, rook a8, and I feel like white really needs to prevent e5 from black on the next move, because otherwise rook a2 would come in, right? And all of a sudden the pressure is still hitting the f pawn in a different way. Well, I guess the bishops here are doing a job defending as well, but
Yeah.
so. I don't know. It seems like there's plenty of life in this position. Both players doing a good job trying to battle it out and make their plans work while refuting their opponents. So we'll see how this develops, but not to look easy by any means. Actually, I wonder if rook a8, if you could play rook c1, and if rook a2, then just takes. So actually it looks rook a8, rook c1, maybe a crazy looking backwards knight move first, and then try and play rook a2. Who knows?
After rook c1, then rook a8, rook c1, and rook a7.
Rook a7. Oh. But could you play knight e8? Oh, sorry.
Oh, actually, it was a joke. It's like it's like just to say hi to symmetry.
Right. This is like on in that first blitz game that you and I played on day 1, where we were like, oh, they moved their kings to h8 and h1. Like, we'll do it too.
Yes, of course it's always affect on your games, especially after few hours of commenting.
Right.
You want to implement some ideas unconsciously.
Yep. That's fine. Thanks for the follow, Anna C. Thank you so much, by the way. Hope you enjoy your stay. And what is this move? We have knight h5.
So you see all our ideas, we can find it in the game.
Maybe not immediately, but it does come through at some point.
So it means that, yes, of course, some clue ideas, it's always around us.
But this is where, if you get the other knight to f4, how bad could it be for white? But if you get the other knight take, even if you take, like, actually the pawn's not on d3 anymore, so what is the knight doing on f4 other than the loose controlling useful squares? What's the knight actually doing on f4? There's not as much. Well, I guess it's still the threat of knight takes h3.
Probably it's a ghost.
yeah, I think it's a ghost, 'cause I think white can negate any sort of threat with one move, like king h2 or something like that. So, or honestly, even moving the knight, because if you move the knight, when the knight's on f4 and you move the knight, then the f2 pawn's still defended. So, what's black really trying to do here? And meanwhile, white can go and try and hit the c pawn probably. And that's exactly what Alexandra does with her extra tempo. She's like, okay, well, you can jump in, but what are you gonna do with c pawn?
Yeah, so c7 pawn is really a weak pawn. We can just check everything is okay.
Mm-hmm. You know what's interesting is knight f4. Either knight to f4. Now that the rook's not on e1, I was saying, like, any knight move could also, get rid of these tactics on knight takes h3. The knight could just move to e1, and it'll protect a nice useful square for the kingside pawns, and this f pawn is defended two different ways. Like, there's no real threat at that point. So I don't think Goryachkina would play either knight to f4 immediately, but maybe. I mean, kind of like, what other plan do you bring forward here?
Of course, if you play knight h5, you need to make this plan.
True.
Otherwise, you need to go back.
Yeah, I'm think I'm with the rest of chat here. Really starting to like white's position here. So chess queen looking to be in somewhat of a comfortable spot. And honestly, White's got very, very clear plans now versus Black has to sort through and navigate very complicated waters. So even though Goryachkina is up by 5 minutes on the clock, that could change very quickly.
Yeah, it's already about 10 or 15 moves. It's all the same. White can choose the plan, but Black, for Black, it's really very hard to find something.
And 26 minutes to make 15 moves with the 30-second increment. She's still just hovering a little bit over 2 minutes per move for Goryachkina. And meanwhile, Alexandra Kosteniuk has to make like 14 moves. Oh no. Yeah, 14 moves in 21 minutes plus increment. So she's also at 2 minutes per move, like exactly. So but again, the plans seem much clearer for White. Button pressure to win upon. And yeah, Goryachkina does play knight h to f4. We'll see how we'll see how Alexandra proceeds. But I feel like knight e1 looks like a nice little way to get rid of any sort of tactics and defend everything.
Okay. So we are already almost 3 hours in our stream. Dear chess viewers, what do you have time to do during our stream?
Right. Are they also working? Are they waking up and having their morning coffee? Or are they working during the day? Are they relaxing after a long work day?
Or driving somewhere?
Well, if they're driving, hopefully they won't be answering this question live in chat. Aha! Look at this! I got one of the moves. Let's go. 91. But just a nice idea in general. See this? You don't like to move pieces backwards, but when they're useful, they're very useful.
But actually, it's not really back to beginning square, you know? It's like you go back, but to the other square.
Right. It's like
So
Fisher
it's
random.
a little bit different, yeah.
Yeah. It's like chess 960 or Fisher random, where the back rank starts in different squares.
Yes, it's very good for those who doesn't like to study openings.
Yeah. What's interesting is that Anna C is saying that they're watching the stream, working, studying music history, and studying chess.
Wow, at the same time.
Right, that's a lot of different activities. But I want to ask, are you studying music history because you are a musician? And if so, like what kind of musician? What instrument do you play? What type of music do you play? Are you a classical musician or are you a different type of musician? Very, very interested to hear. Because I don't know if you can see, but there is a...
I know for sure that music and chess is really very good combination for your brain.
Really?
Oh.
I was gonna say there's a music stand behind me.
Great.
Well, it's not mine. It's my girlfriend's. Wait, so you're saying that music and chess are a great combination. I'm gonna have to tell my girlfriend that because so far she has not really played a whole lot of chess. So maybe it's time.
Yeah.
Yeah, Anna, or sorry, is it Anna or Anna? I'm assuming maybe Anna. But I could be assuming incorrectly. And okay, so she is a cellist, classic and
Wow.
baroque mainly. Very
Yeah,
nice.
because I once I read an interview with HR manager of Google, and she told a story about some position. I don't remember what exactly position it was, but it's some. Of course, it's IT position, and they couldn't find a candidate for this. But then they started to check what usually are common for a good candidate or already for some people who already has this job, and they find that a good IT specialist, they usually good in math and they are good in music. They play in some instruments. So math and music and chess and music is a really good combination.
That's amazing. Yeah. Good to know. Good to know. I will be using this information to my advantage shortly.
Yeah.
And Anna, yeah, my girlfriend plays violin. So you and her
Oh,
would be half of a quartet, half of a string quartet.
good. Yeah.
Hasino, welcome in. Oh, okay, so Hasino says that chess and music also a great combo. He says that he fails at the chess part, but I disagree. I've seen his games. They're quite high quality. Anna, I will relay the message. She will fall in love with chess. We believe. We all believe. I gave her a puzzle recently. It was just a nice little maiden one puzzle. But she found it.
Mhm.
She found it. It was good. It was good.
Yeah, so great.
Dan, welcome in. All right. Oops. Clicking on the wrong windows time to time.
Okay, yes. So now it's the time for Black to choose what to do in this position. Mhm.
I mean, you could play. Oh wait, no. Fine. I'm seeing things. I really don't know. What do you? What is Black's plan here? Like, how do they make any sort of progress?
Yeah, right now Black, they decide how to move.
It's yeah, and also by the way, Goryachkina officially less time than Alexander Kosteniuk. So as we were
Okay.
mentioning, White's plans are all very clear and easy to play, and Black is the one trying to figure out how to not to make a mistake, how to make progress without giving up any material or position.
We have nice hearts in our chat.
Very nice. And
More hearts.
yes, yes. Animated hearts.
It's a hard challenge.
Oh, the Doritos. I love the Doritos. Zudaka, were you here the other day when we had the massive on Dorito? Kane, which fried liver video were you talking about?
Thank you, Gucci Dion. Yes, I call my sister sometimes a chess monster.
Really?
Yes.
That's so funny.
Uh,
uh,
yeah, because she has a lot of titles. She won a lot of tournaments. So, as a sister, I can call her chess monster.
I love it. I love it. It's not like she is trying to brand herself as a chess queen or anything, and you're instead calling her a chess monster. But yeah, it's okay. It's okay.
So cutie, little chess monster.
Yeah. Is okay. So when I talk to Dina, like sometimes she'll call people Kotiks. Like, is that like a? I can never tell if Dina's being sarcastic or not, but like is Kotik like basically it's a term of endearment, like it's a friendly nice thing, or is it like not nice?
What's the
Is
word? Kotik?
Kotik? Yeah, like isn't that like cat?
Kotik. It's like kitty. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. It's like, but can it also be referred? Can you also call a person a Kotik? Like kind of like.
Yes, but if it's really very close person to
Okay.
you.
Okay.
Usually.
Okay. Got it. I don't know a whole lot of Russian, but I've learned a couple of small words here and there.
Actually, I had today a trip in Bangkok in taxi, and it was so funny taxi with a lot of cats inside. It was a kitty taxi. I will show you.
Oh my gosh.
You
wait.
see?
It's
No,
focusing
no,
on
it's,
your.
Yeah,
face
it's
right now.
focusing on me. Okay.
I can.
So you can see, yeah. So it's a
Lovely.
taxi inside. Yeah, and there are a lot of
Oh.
kitties. Yeah.
Yeah.
Funny.
That's funny.
Yeah, it's not the right way to show like this, but anyway, you
It's
see.
okay. Oh, what was the word? What was your cat's name growing up? The god of chess?
Kaisa.
Haisa?
Yeah.
Haisa. I'm gonna have to remember that one. Okay. Kaisa. I'm gonna bring that out next weekend. I'm going to Los Angeles for the chess boxing event, and I'm gonna see Dina there because she's competing. So I'm gonna bring that out there. Yes, exactly. I'm gonna remember Kaisa and bring that out.
Yeah. Okay.
How do you spell it? I guess.
Kaisa.
Okay.
I can spell in chat.
Okay.
Like this.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you. I'm gonna make a mental note, and I wrote it down.
If you will forget, just text me.
Okay. Will do. Okay. And then, question from chat. why not queen takes pawn instead of knight e1? And very good question. And the answer is, if you take here, then I believe that you're getting forked. So make sure you do not get forked, okay? Like that. This is why I hold this giant fork with me, is so I can look out for those threats. But okay. But I think that's one threat, is this fork on e2. But the other thing is, yeah, you also have to be careful, because aside from that threat, if white just did something random, like, I don't know, if white just played like b5, then you have to watch out for knight takes. I was thinking knight takes h3, but apparently knight takes g2 is even worse, because yeah, you're gonna lose the knight. The knight has moved off the f file, and the queen and rook hit the knight on f3.
Yeah, don't worry about your rating and your questions. Every question is really okay. If you cannot find something, just asking us.
Yes, and that is literally our job, is to help chat understand what is going on in this game. So sometimes we may not even understand, because we're trying our best.
Yes,
but,
of course. Sometimes we make a lot of mistakes.
But as long as we
It's
can,
okay.
yeah, as long as we can, as a whole, commentators and chat combined, navigate through the game and get to the finish line, we'll be good to go. Dan, welcome in, welcome in.
Oh, we have two moves already.
Yes.
D5, and straight away Alexander played king h2.
D5 and king h2 immediately. Wow.
Immediately, yeah. So she was ready for this move, for this option, I guess.
Why?
If she decided to make it immediately.
Yeah, I'm wondering why she didn't like e5, just to grab space. Because e5, like, the pawn can never like try and help support this knight. I don't know, but she does
Probably she doesn't like these two knights, and she preferred to place more and no safety.
And now king h2, it kind of looks like, with perfect engine play, which obviously is not not very human, but apparently d takes e4 is the only move to just equalize. But I think maybe,
you know, yes, actually, when you have already 20 minutes against 12, and you had some plan, so probably you want to play a little bit faster, just to check your opponent. So what do we see?
Well, we see d takes e4, which seemed like the most natural move, but also the only move that kind of holds an equal position. But I think it's partly because now the queen rook battery is no longer targeting the c7 pawn. So it's going to take a little bit of time to kind of reorient and redirect. But that black will have time to play like rook c8 or something like that.
Yeah.
So who knows? Or, yeah. The queen takes e4, and maybe even rook c6 to hit the e pawn instead. But I feel like that's still not very clear.
She already preferred queen takes e4. Nothing unexpected.
Yeah. Also, Dan, where are you, or everyone in chat, where are you watching from? I know we have Hasino from Belgium. We have someone from Serbia. Where in the world are you all watching from? Because Dan, I actually don't know if I know where you're from. Then everyone else, let's share. If you're comfortable, let's share where you're watching from.
Let's
Where?
share your geo position.
Yes,
Watching
exactly.
from France.
Nice. France. Okay. So yeah, just try to see where the Chess Queen network has expanded to.
Canada.
Nice. Ontario. Very nice. Actually, speaking of Ontario, I mean I have been to Toronto a couple of times, but I wonder if Juicy's knows where Strathroy, Ontario is, because I used to work for a company, and we had a manufacturing plant in Strathroy, Ontario, and it was like the smallest city of in the middle of nowhere. Austria, Argentina, very nice. Rhode Island, love it. Dan's from UK, very nice.
I've never been to Argentina.
Same.
Yes, but it's place to go. Okay, we have knight d5.
Well, now the plan of rook c6 seems even more appealing, right? Because now rook c6 and the knight's not even defending the e pawn. But I guess rook c6 and knight g to f4 could be the plan.
Now these two knights are so active right now.
Yeah, they are.
I'm getting nervous. I don't like these knights.
Yeah, this is why a few moves back after d5, I was so surprised to see king h2 immediately, because I thought like e5 would keep a great center for Alexandra, and then like eventually allow her knight to reactivate.
Yes, it's a little bit surprised that she reacted so fast. But from the other side, e5, it's not so natural move, I guess.
Yeah.
Because you close the center and you need to make some maneuvers.
Maybe even.
But still now, these two knights, they are a little bit blocked on the king side.
In the current position?
Yeah. No, when in e5 line.
Oh, in the e5 line? Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right, like the knights, I don't know. I mean, the knights are kind of blocking the battery, right? And this knight can't really move forward. I don't know. It's tough to figure out what the drawbacks are, like in the middle of a classical game where your time is starting to tick down, you're seeing your opponent's time tick down, like you were saying. Like maybe the time pressure could be part of the strategy as well.
Yeah, because of course sometimes you think that you need to play not only because of position but because of time also. In what move to think more, or to
Right.
decide what you already have in your mind.
Yep. Also, we have I don't know if we mentioned it, but Darren from London and Jasmine from Singapore. So
Wow,
really
great!
really quite international.
Yeah, different countries. Mhm.
So Alexandra's about to make move 30. So if we do a little math check, no Excel needed. Okay, hands up in the air. Okay, the 15 minutes plus another 11 moves, you get 5.5 minutes. So 20 to 21 minutes for 11 moves. So technically still 2 minutes per move. On the other hand, you have Goryachkina, who is down to 10 minutes plus the 11 moves of increment. You have about 16 minutes to make 11 moves, so she's nearing a minute and a half per move. So starting to get a little bit faster, faster pace at least.
Yeah, yeah, Kevin. So once again, you don't even need the PC for all these calculations.
Exactly. So another thing to look at is knight takes e3 really a threat like at all? Because it's almost like this knight on d5 is so much more useful than the bishop on e3. If the king was still on g1, the bishop's incredibly useful defending that f2 square. But now that the king has moved over to h2, if takes, I think f takes e3 is totally fine. I don't know. Oh, knight d3. Wait, looks like that knight is going to.
Like,
Oh.
no.
No, but I think that's my whole point, Kane, is do we care if the knight takes the bishop? Because the knight might be more powerful than the bishop. Okay, I guess knight c3 also.
Yes. So me too. I don't care about bishop because it seems that two knights right now are more powerful than bishop. So it's much better for white if black will decide to exchange it.
Actually, I mean, one other thing to think about is that the b pawn's hanging. So if you play rook c3, knight takes, and rook takes here, you're giving up the passed pawn, but is this enough pressure to be productive on the king side? Actually,
But look, after if you will take our pawn on b4 and we will take the pawn on e6, where you will go with your knight on g6?
true.
Only one square on f4.
Oof, yeah. And then you hit this, and you can at least, at the very minimum, win an extra pawn. And both players have passed pawns, but I feel like white would be much better in this case.
Okay, so you don't have this option to take a pawn on b4.
So instead, you have to like defend the pawn here.
I think yes.
And now you can play knight d3. Right, and same thing, if you take, then white should be totally fine. In fact, if you take, It's actually yeah, it's +1. So we really truly don't care about the dark sword bishop. It's serving its purpose, but it's not super crucial.
Alexandra, she is thinking now almost 10 minutes.
So she's got about 1.5 minutes per move on average to make the time control. So at move 40, after you play move 40, you get the extra 30 minutes of game clock, and we're
Yes.
11 moves away from that right now.
And yes, after for this move, you can a little bit rest.
Whoa. Yeah, Anna, I do think that's a little bit too crazy to sacrifice the bishop on h6. I mean, sometimes that's an idea to like open up the king, but with the queen on f7, like very easily just trading itself off if needed and stuff like that, I feel like it's quite dangerous. Stan
Yes,
says
it's not.
Good, sorry, what were you saying?
Oh, it's yes, not the best idea, because of course sometimes you need to give your pieces away, but but just for the really good reason. And here we could not find any line after bishop takes h6, yes, because we will have only a pawn for a bishop.
Right, and in general, it's a good tip for chess players that if you are looking at sacrificing your material, typically you would prefer to have something concrete and that you can calculate forcing moves that would lead to a winning position or checkmate. But if not, then if your opponent defends, you might be in a really bad position after sacrificing material.
Yeah, but sacrificing sometimes is really nice,
Right.
for viewers.
Yeah. But only if you have the concrete compensation. And Stan says that this will be a draw, but I think there's still plenty of play left in here, and not just for one side. I think both sides have potential now. Would you tend to agree with that, Oksana?
I'm a little bit worried because it's already almost 13 minutes for this move, and it's quite a lot because she's deciding right now how to move. It's very important not nervous when you have not so much time. But of course, the tension in this match is very high, and you concentrate and you focus on every move, and that's why sometimes you just can make some mistakes when you do focus and do concentrate.
Right, like it's a real test of endurance, and
Yeah.
right, if you even though you want to make the best moves and everything, if you are spending too much energy at the wrong moment, then you might end up lacking energy when you really need it in a critical moment.
Yes, keeping balance, it's so important, but as always, it's easy to say.
Yeah. Well, and that's another note. Like Stan is saying, they're both highly rated players. Don't think we'll see a blunder here, but let's not jinx it, because with low time and the setting, there's a lot that can happen, right? And
Yeah, sure. Okay, we have knight d3. So she decided to defend her pawn.
this is the first time we've seen the eval bar go in favor of black at all during
Yeah,
the entire game.
just a little, of course, but it's still not really pleasant.
Yeah, but I think queen f5.
Oh,
Yeah, I think that Goryachkina is basically going to make the argument that in an endgame, you either
okay.
Good.
Yeah. So they decided to exchange with queens.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And here it's it's hopefully heading towards a draw. But now that all the pressure is alleviated from black's position, white's the one left with an isolated pawn. Well, I guess 2 isolated pawns versus black's connected structure over here on the B and C files. But with accurate play, hopefully Alexandra can hold the draw. Yeah, I wouldn't say that white is losing now. That might be a bit too dramatic, but it does seem like white's the one that has to prove that they can defend the position.
Yes, unfortunately, white had a little advantage, and now there is no advantages anymore. But still, it seems like a draw. Okay, so she decided to play rook c6. So I guess it means that she thought during this time, where she spent about 17 minutes, yes, I guess. So
It says 14 minutes.
Yeah, so she thought about rook c6 right away, or after this knight d3 and exchanging their queens. Probably.
Yeah, and can we both promote rook c6 actually?
Yeah, because I thought, what's going on?
Yeah. I mean, you play knight g to e7 to try and kick the rook out. Not really clear where the rook goes. It has to go backwards, right?
Yeah.
What is Juicy saying? G3? G3 wasn't played though.
What point?
I don't know. They said G3, but it wasn't played. I mean g3 to control this knight, but I don't think the knight's moving forward anyway. Knight might be moving backwards. Whoa. Okay.
Okay, we can see rook f6. Rook f6.
If you take, you takes with the knight. Huh. I feel like the issue is that like the knights are quite powerful, and I guess like they're well coordinated, right? It's harder to coordinate a bishop and a knight than two knights. I don't know, this is getting into a dicey endgame. But ideally, at some point, white can activate the king and just help dissolve everything. We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. Of course, it's not so good at this point, but still they are playing. Still they have a few moves more before the 40th move. Okay, so she decided to exchange the rooks.
Yep. She has 7 moves to make, and with increment, she'll get up to, she'll get 3.5 minutes of time. So she really Alexandra Kosteniuk only has 1 minute per move for the remainder of the time control. And again, she has to make 7 moves. In the meantime, Goryachkina has to make about 1 move every minute 40 seconds or so. Whew, stressful.
Yeah, of course it's stressful.
Yeah, like
I
can't
don't really
imagine.
like the I don't really like the moment when someone spent a lot of time for their move, because sometimes, you know, after long minutes, you do, like, you make not really good moves.
Yeah.
But still, we feel some other way, because of course we have here our engine, and every move we can see this. But for grandmasters, especially at this level, situation can be in other way.
So bishop d2. Yeah, I guess the issue is I don't really know how to try and go forward and dissolve all the pawns with white. I feel like for black, looking to fork here makes a lot of sense, and if the bishop tries to defend both, then this knight jumps in to hit the bishop. I guess you can go back, but it's just like black's the one that's applying all the pressure. Actually, wait. Instead of okay. So actually, if black tries to execute that plan, bishop f4 would be a nice touch to hit the d pawn. No, because then just knight d5. Huh. This is not easy. Instead we see king g8. I don't know how good it is, but at least knight e5 could maybe create a passed pawn, and then you play like f4 to try and lock it all in.
Actually, yes, but you have 40 moves somewhere near you. It's really very stressful for both players. And in this time, of course, some players can make an inaccuracy. Yeah.
Hopefully, that player will spell their name with a KS and not an X.
Yeah. Suddenly.
Yeah. And
Of course, I guess for such position is already enough 2 minutes with increments 30 seconds, because I think more thoughts now about some missed opportunities, and it's not so good, because when you had a really comfortable position with advantages, and now suddenly you have such things. Of
right.
course, you need to deal with your thoughts and with new plans, with new strategy. It's not so easy.
Yeah. And chess is cruel, but it's also incredibly objective. Like chess doesn't matter. Chess doesn't care that you had a pleasant position. It's all about what's happening now on the. And I feel like for black's position is quite comfortable now, and they're the ones that can just activate the king and continue to kind of make progress moving forward here, right? Trying to get closer to either of these B and D pawns to help push through, win a pawn, and promote one of the B or C pawns. So white has 2 minutes to make 5 moves. So 2.5 minutes. So she has less than a minute per move. Goryachkina has 6 minutes to make 6 moves. So you get an extra 3 minutes. So she still has a minute and a half per move. Getting intense here.
Yeah, of course, when you have 2 rounds more, of course, each round, especially this one, is really meaningful. Yeah, because this bishop is not so good.
Yeah.
And of course, white understand this, that their bishop is not the best bishop in this position.
It's a yeah.
Okay, let's hope that somehow we will keep this position in equal.
Had to find a way to hold, but for now, I mean, Goryachkina is the one that's taking time off of her clock.
Yeah, it's good for us. It's of course it's good that Alexandra Goryachkina she is singing too. So we do not have so big advantage, so big time advantage from black. So that's good, of course.
Right.
Because it's a big pressure for both players. Because you need to concentrate only on current position and not about thoughts that you have some advantages and it's only important round, etc.
Very, very true. It's you have to like acknowledge, okay, maybe I had an advantage, maybe I made a mistake somewhere, a small inaccuracy, and you have to move forward and play the rest of the game. Can't focus too much on the past. But King F7 is played, and
Okay.
I mean, I don't know. I still kind of like this knight e5 and just lock it in with f4, but it's quite complicated.
Not sure what is the best for white, of course. It's probably g4.
Oh, g4?
Yeah, g4.
Okay. G4 if you take, or which pawn are you taking with?
Oh,
I don't know.
with
I guess.
h.
Yeah. Sorry.
With h, if she will take. Yeah, so the tension is high right now. We have a little time. Oh, 95. 95.
So I like this because at least you have a passed pawn, and at the very least, I mean, without calculating, it's like, okay, can your king really go and take everything, and stop the passed pawn? So like, I don't know. Instead of waiting for a slow death, it's like there's some fight and some counterplay where the passed e pawn could be a thorn in black's side here.
Yeah, probably, and you can also lead your king on the king side. Make a pressure there.
Oh, Aladdin and Siddhartha, both people in chat are asking if there are any exciting stories about Alexandra Kosteniuk, and I think we have an expert on Alexandra Kosteniuk on stream here. So I don't know, is there a funny or exciting story that you would like to share?
What story? Of course, we have a lot of stories because we had a great childhood with a lot of days together, with a lot of games together. We were so active. But of course, Alexander, she started to go on tournaments very at a very young age. So when she was 10, of course, she played a lot in tournaments, and in this time, I bored alone at home. It's always hard to pick just one story that will be funny for everyone, because for you it can be funny, it can be cutie, but for others.
Well,
Okay, if I remember that she was traveling a lot. I remember that story that she always like a cat, and before we had Kaisa, our cat, she found a friend with a street cat, and this street cat is always met her after school, and they both were going at home, and we had probably of course it's not a sense for some foreign people, but in Russia in that time we had elevator that could bring you up only when you get some weight, so you need to be heavy to go up on elevator.
yeah.
And when she was alone without this cat, it was impossible to go up. And so she met this cat, and this cat let her go upstairs on this elevator, because weight with cat was enough to go.
Wow. That's funny that the cat was like the difference. How big was this cat, right? Like
Plus 5 kilo, but plus 5 kilo it was enough.
yeah.
Oh, so, but telling some stories. Let me don't watch this nervous game.
Right.
Yes. So what's happening now?
So it looks like
Okay.
King E6 was played. And King
King
G3.
E6.
So both players trying to get a little bit closer to the action here.
Okay, so when I'm really nervous for my sister, I'm already cannot make some calculations, and I'm usually just look at the engine.
Yeah.
What the engine says.
Yeah. But I think someone in chat is asking, Bobbert is saying C5. Can black kind of do this and start pushing through to create the passed pawn? Like that seems like quite the threat, but depends on how they execute.
And even on b5 you cannot go with the king. You have no way. Yeah.
Maybe that's why they played knight e7, knight e7, and king f3 on the board. And then can we both promote this line with king f3?
Yeah, sure. So it seems that we have first time control right now. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, queen d5.
Yeah, I guess the king is in, but at the same time, I feel like okay, sure, the king wants to go here, but it's protected by the bishop. And then secondly, like sure they can do this, but is the knight stopping the pawn from running, or is the king going to stop the pawn from running? And can white use their king to come through and create even more counterplay?
Okay, now is we have more time after the first time control.
Right.
Yeah.
Quite intense here.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Who says chess is boring? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
After all of these. Oh, yeah.
Kane says that the cat in the story was quite the cool cat.
Yeah, it was a great cat. But after my sister played in a few tournaments and she was not at home, of course. After a few tournaments, she couldn't find this cat anymore.
Whoa.
Yeah, because it's a street cat, you know.
Yeah. Hopefully, yeah. Hopefully she got picked up by somebody. Oh, yeah.
After we had our home cat, Kaisa.
Aisa.
Yeah.
Goddess of chess, right?
Yeah. Mm.
But I do kind of like your idea of G4 earlier. Like, makes even more sense now, right? Because if White's gonna make progress, they need to
Yeah.
continue investing in the king side and rolling these pawns down the board, and potentially at some point, if Black does create this passed pawn, at some point if White has enough of the pawns rolling down, maybe Black could just sacrifice the bishop for the pawn before it promotes. Who knows? Could be.
Yeah, because now it really seems not so dramatically, because White improved their position somehow. And now we have one more move on our board, G4. Okay. Yeah, I guess we like this move. Yeah.
Yeah, and actually, now that I think about it, like, I mean, Black doesn't really have to take. If Black takes, I think it would actually be better for White, but they can just keep the tension. But then would White need to play like H4, G5 to kind of try and continue? I don't know. It looks like now that I think about it, if Black just does nothing, I don't know if White can actually make progress. But the key is, if White can't make progress, then can they stop Black's progress? What move are they on? They are on move 41. Goryachkina is gonna play
41.
Move 41. Oh, Bobbert is asking if we ever play against viewers. Well, for the commentary here, we are following Chess Queen's game, or aka Alexandra Kosteniuk, and so we're not going to be playing games during the commentary, but after the commentary, we have the women's candidates quarterfinals match is going on, but we also have a match, KD versus Oksana, and we will play one game per commentary session, but actually for playing against viewers, that's typically I will play against viewers, but not during these commentary streams. It's typically at the end of my regular scheduled streams on Mondays and Tuesdays.
And so we also have a tie match, 1-1 after two rounds.
True. It's a tied match, but it was not from 2 draws. It was 2 decisive flagging results. Well, Aladdin, we played 3+2, so it's quite a short time control. Especially compared to the classical chess that we're following. Anything can happen.
What do we have in the other board? were Lagno and Tan.
Yeah, we can check.
They also had a time pressure. They also had a very tough position for black. But now, as we can see, it seems like a draw too, no? Oh, no.
I think they're about to draw by repetition.
Not really, by repetition.
Yeah.
Oh.
Wait, so if king g7, why can't you just take the h pawn? Oh. Yeah, wait, why can't you just take the h pawn?
Because of checkmate.
Oh. Wait.
Rook h1.
Uh-oh. The b pawn runs.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Rook h8 check again, and looks like they will be drawing by repetition. What a wild game though. This one was the one, chat, if you weren't here, it was a Queen's Gambit declined, but then black eventually took on c4, and it was very wild with an intermezzo move. Instead of recapturing on d4, Kang Jung-yi found knight b5, and then queen a4, threatening all sorts of fun stuff here, but black was like, no fun allowed, and queen a5 is a very nice way for black to try and get pieces off the board. That's exactly what happens. And then a very, very resourceful find. Knight b8, only move to not lose, because otherwise you're going to have a pawn on c3, on c6 that's going to be very attackable. But instead, knight b8 is resourceful to trade off this way.
Yes,
And
only one move was in this position. And here is really very tough position for black. Was very difficult to defend. But again, yes, time pressure and overall pressure is really makes sense.
Pop quiz for chat. Okay, pop quiz. Why in this position could Tan Jung-yi not take the free bishop? Pop quiz. It's a free bishop. It's hanging.
Yeah, it's our quiz.
We're out here learning. Bobbert's got it, and Kane's got it. And yeah, if you take, then it's maiden one. So, king cannot move, back rank mate. Classic. But of course, these players are way too strong to be blundering back rank mates. So, yeah, this trade happens, and even though black was up a pawn, looks like white was able to hold here. Whoa. Katerina Logno missed a win with f5. I don't quite understand it, but f5. I guess you're threatening to win the e-pawn with check. And if you try and check this way, you have 7. I don't know. And are you out of checks?
Okay, so yeah, so you win a pawn. Yeah.
I don't know, but apparently this is the way to go. Crazy. And then you just take.
Crazy games in both matches.
Yeah. You have Katerina Logno, who defended very well in the opening, and then actually had a -2 position that she could not find the solution to. And to be fair, that was like just before time control when she had not much time on the clock. And then in the other game, Alexandra versus Alexandra, you have Alexandra Kosteniuk, who had a very pleasant position, but was unable to keep the pressure on, and now is fighting for the draw in a relatively equal game.
Yes, actually, Goryachkina in yesterday's interview, she says, "I'm still warming up in this tournament," but I guess all players are warming up in this tournament yet.
That's
Oh,
like a intimidating thing to say.
Bishop E1. Oh, the engine says that it's a really bad move.
I mean, I think knight c6, you're hitting this pawn, and then you just bring your king forward, and you're gonna win the pawn and have two connected pass pawns. So in the case where like black played c5, they have one connected pass pawn. It's not as bad as if now knight c6, king c4 is unstoppable. That's not how the knight moves. Okay, knight takes b4 is unstoppable. Now it's a lot more difficult to make this progress.
What we can say?
Not sure.
But it's interesting that if you will check different engines will says different.
Oh, yeah. I think that the chess.com events page has a slightly higher depth, or it's a slightly stronger engine. And then the classroom is a little bit weaker. I can try and change that.
But now Goryachkina she played, yes, knight c6.
Yeah, looking like a tough position here.
Oh. Yeah.
I mean, I just think white's gonna end up being too slow, because as soon as the b pawn falls, the black's b pawn just runs, right? And if you're white and you want to make one move to, I guess that's all one move. So like 1, 2, 3.5, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Like that's so many moves. Like it's tough to be in time to.
Yeah, but bishop on d2. He defended 2 pawns on b4 and on f4 in some cases. But now...
Right, the black king can just come forward, and if you put the... Yeah. Not easy. Definitely not easy.
Yeah, it's not easy. I hope that somehow it will manage, but...
Do you think I need to use the restroom? Do you think we should take a short break since we've reached time control and then come back in a few minutes?
Okay. Let's have it.
Okay. All right. Chat, in this moment of tension, we're gonna take a short break. It may be a little shorter than last time, but yeah, hang on to your seats because this is gonna be quite the ride. All right. See you in a few. And we are back, everybody. We are back, and hopefully we will see some positive developments on the board, but to be
Yes,
determined.
we hope so. We hope so, because today is our third day, and the third round of knockout will be a women's candidates tournament. And we are watching right now the game of Alexandra Kosteniuk versus Alexandra Goryachkina. After 2 of the 4 rounds, both matches are tied 1-1. Both matches, I mean, Katerina Lagnova with Tanjuni also. And now the third round, and the position now is looking not really good for Alexandra Kosteniuk. So that's why it's not so pleasant moment for our chess fans. But still we hope that we can find something.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And this is where I think, if I'm remembering correctly, Vasil Ivanchuk, maybe it was someone else, but I thought it was Ivanchuk who said, like, the mark of a good player is, like, that you fight for every half point, not just the full point. So obviously if you're playing for a win, it's exciting, but if you're in a worse position, do you just lose, or do you try your best to fight for the draw still? And well, this is exactly what Alexandra's trying to do, is find some counterplay. Maybe she thought that the B pawn was going to fall anyway, so now she's looking for some way to use this bishop in a more useful manner elsewhere. But she has the passed pawn. She just needs to figure out how to create probably more pressure on the king side to just roll these down. But the issue that we're looking at objectively is that the B pawn is going to run a little bit faster than these pawns.
Yes, and of course for us it's easier to calculate everything and to see what engine thinks about this position, but we have humans. So chess players are human, and that's why they are still fighting.
Exactly.
I hope that everything will be good for our chess queens fan.
Exactly. So we all are hoping, we're all on the edge of our seats here, hoping for the best. Whew. And because it is a game 3 out of 4 games, essentially this is where the match format really comes into play here. That if this game is decisive, then the person who loses will need to win on demand tomorrow. They have to avoid draws at all costs. So you could expect a very dynamic play tomorrow if there is a decisive result today. But we will see. There's going to be a little test of Goryachkina's in-game technique here. And you never know.
Yeah.
Whew. Nerve-wracking. Yeah, Prage, exactly.
Okay, we see that the game of Lagno and Tan, they finished the round, I guess it's a draw. It should be a draw. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they repeat it here. So, conjuring
But
a...
also, yeah, it's also in that game there were a lot of opportunities, and probably the draw is not so bad result.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think, yeah, on move 37 was when Katerina Longno had a winning move, but as we saw, she was in some serious time pressure after not too long, so I feel like she probably went with the safer route just to avoid complications in case it did not work out.
Suddenly, Alexandra Kosteniuk, she thinking almost 11 minutes, because it's really very hard to play in such position. It's really hard to defend, and
I mean, it's
but
kind of like if you don't see the engine, you're kind of thinking, okay, my B pawn's
yeah,
about to fall. This is the
yeah,
last
sure.
stand. Like, this is my last chance to make it work, right? You have the pass E pawn, but currently it's not well supported because the F pawn's stuck. How do you break through, right? I feel like the best attempt might just be G takes F5. But I'm not sure if H4 would also be worth a look. Can you go H4, H5? And if you take, I'm probably taking this way. Yeah, okay, wait. So let's take a look at this. H4. Oh, it's even worse. I forgot.
It's even worse.
Knight D4. Oh gosh, that's quite
Yes,
difficult.
so I guess this move, the last move again, was not really good, because bishop on E1 now it's a little bit under the pressure. Yeah.
Yeah. I was so fixated on black taking the B pawn with like king c4 and knight takes b4. I didn't think about this check, because then you get out of the way. You're even further from everything. And I think you don't really have time for h5, because even black can even play h5 first, and then you're really stuck. Because no matter which direction you take, they take and blockade your king from making any progress, and all of a sudden, like, all your counterplay is eliminated. So what did Alexandra play? She played G takes F5. If we could both promote that, that'd be great.
Yeah.
And with G takes F5, I mean, only move is G takes F5, but it's quite natural. And might be a king walking over to try and collect. Yeah, the magician, it's okay. It's okay. It's not, we won't blame you. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. As Robin Williams told Matt Damon in Good Will Hunting, it's not your fault. Not your fault, son. Not your fault. Wait, okay. Oksana, you are a video producer and director, right?
Yeah, right.
What is your favorite movie?
Oh,
Since
you
you
know,
are...
it's it's so difficult to say about just one favorite movie.
Yeah.
Because of course I like different directors, different even genres. But probably let's pick if we're talking about some really blockbusters. So let's pick The Inception of Christopher Nolan, and also not in such streamline Whiplash.
Ooh, okay, that's a great one. That is a great one.
It's just two of many, you know, because
Yeah.
I really like a lot of films.
Yeah, that's a fantastic one. Great choices, really great choices. I think, yeah. Wait, and by the way, like I said, chat, like that's coming from an expert in the industry. She's a video producer and director, so very experienced in the industry, and those are her favorites. And good question from Anna. Where can we see your movies? And do they have English subtitles?
Actually, I have a lot of advertising and documentaries film in my portfolio. So some advertising you can find in the internet. Probably some of them have titles, English subtitles. But now I'm working on some feature film projects, and even we just recently filmed a short movie. But right now I can't put it somewhere on open source, because first it need to be on some film festivals.
Well, let us know when it gets
Okay.
published, or when
Okay.
it gets released. We'll be happy to watch it. And okay, nice. Magician's favorite film is Casablanca. Very nice. And
Yeah, of course, it's just so nice.
I think my reference to Good Will Hunting might be telling that Good Will Hunting is my favorite movie. It's so good. Okay. But we get a move on the board. King E3. Instead of going around this way, we kind of already calculated that's a bit too slow, since the B pawn will fall and black's B pawn will run. So
it's too long.
But I'm wondering, does this really stop any plans here? King
We already
C4.
have King C4 on board, yeah, so what are our plan right now? E6?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, just because we need to find something more. E6.
E6 is tricky because you can't just take, because this will run. But E6 then probably... How do you deal with E6? E6, do you just go back and say
I guess yes, because you want to have an extra pawn.
Yep.
And then seems like you will have
Yeah, there's no E6. You go back, and white can't go forward because the knight's covering this square, the pawn's covering this square. So the king is really just stuck. There's nowhere really to go. Meanwhile, black just collects on the... Meanwhile, black will just collect the pawn, and then... and then come back and win the B pawn.
But probably if you will give one extra pawn to your opponent, you will have some, I don't know, some position advantage. Probably you can improve your king. But how? That's the question.
Yeah, I think the knight's doing a really good job of preventing the king from improving, right? Although, actually, e6, king d5, king d3 takes king c4. That is worth looking at, but it looks still really tough to find a save. It's an active king, but it can't do everything by itself. And Alexandra is going down on the clock, by the way. She's at 7 minutes. But again, like,
Yeah.
very critical moment to not just like any move now could be like a completely game-ending move, right? So it's about trying to find that counterplay.
Be the end in the ending game. But actually, is it's possible not to move e6 right now because, for example, you cannot take a pawn on b4 right away. Yeah, because you will exchange pieces and will go after e6. So right now you cannot take our pawn, right?
Correct. I mean, if you play h5, black just plays. Oh, sorry. If
No,
white plays h4, black just plays
yeah.
h5. So you're not really solving anything.
H4. It's not the way.
I mean, bishop d2, waiting move. Bishop d2, hoping for a repetition.
We hope on a miracle too. Yes, we hope. We hope, but
Actually, I think bishop d2. I mean, white would love to just like go back and forth between these two squares, but the knight is free to roam. Like, the knight can go anywhere and then push c5, and you will get your passed pawn. And yeah, it's I think black just has much more freedom than white does. Like, it's really hard for white to find a move. Black can do literally anything right now.
Yeah, she has a little time right now, so she needs to play. Yeah. Yeah, it's not so pleasant moment.
But we have an idea. I don't think it really works, but someone Treadwell, welcome in, by the way. They're saying when they take this pawn, can we play b5? But the issue is that we have a dark square bishop. Putting a pawn on b5 makes it near impossible to defend.
Yeah, it's so far away from us.
So Alexandra plays king e2. Interesting.
Okay,
move.
king e2. Okay.
Knight d4.
Probably with some idea.
I mean, knight d4 and c5 would be my idea. Knight d4 is played. Knight d4 is also very useful because wherever the king goes, like it's always monitoring e6. Getting quite difficult for black here. Oh, also you can't go king e3 because then you get forked and you're dropping that. Wait, no.
Yeah, you can show to us.
Yeah.
Fork.
But actually, I don't know. Like, it's not actually a big fork though, because is there some counterplay here? You take this runs and you can't stop, so you're not. We gotta put the fork away because it's not actually useful.
Yeah, so that's okay.
I know we're excited to get the fork out on stream, but sometimes you gotta be a little careful. You gotta be a little careful.
Yeah, so we can see now knight d4. Oh, but of course, Alexandra, she has a little time. But probably if you preferred some line in the ending game, you just follow it. But of course, it's not so pleasant to play when you have 3 minutes against 26.
Right. She's been fighting tooth and nail just to stay in this end game, and pretty difficult to come out of that. And Linus, what move is this? We're Alexandra's about to play move 46. So we've already reached time control. The bonus time has been added, and it's been spent. So
and we don't have any bonuses.
Yeah, no bonuses remaining after this, except for the increment.
Yeah, just a little bonus.
I like that Magician's rooting for a mouse slip because they're playing over the board.
Yeah.
But Sam Shanklin, he IRL mouse slipped when he touched his king in the Olympiad. And then the move he wanted to make was illegal, so he had to move it to a losing square. When in time trouble, take as many pieces as possible. Seems like a interesting strategy, but it makes sense. Try to simplify. Aladdin, you get
yeah. 2 minutes against 26. Oh.
Yeah. You get in trouble when you try and take too many things in time trouble though, because then you get to a point where you might just be in a losing king and pawn endgame. Like you need to keep some pieces sometimes for counterplay. Okay, so Alexandra plays king e3. Maybe hoping for the fork. Maybe Goryachkina pulls out the big fork and then accidentally takes the bishop. You never know. But I wouldn't count on it. It's funny because it's actually...
I like your lines.
Right.
As always. Yeah. It sounds so optimistic.
Right. Goryachkina has a triple fork, but you can't take any of the pieces that are forked.
Yeah, it's nice.
Actually, I think yeah. No, you can't. You can't take anything. Knight e6. Whoa. This is hard. This is hard because... I mean, black's taking 0 risk. White has no moves. All they can do is probably shuffle.
And more, they really don't have time. It's
right.
Not a good.
White has no moves, and black was just maneuvering the knight to prepare for c5. And now the knight is like The only counterplay for white was to play e6. Now that there's a knight blockading e6, now it's the time to play c5 for black on the next move. So it's really hard for white to see a plan to prevent that.
Yeah, 50 seconds on clock.
Bishop d2. I mean, d5 has to be coming, right?
Actually, yes, here are two advantages from black side: the position and time.
That is true. Not.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Yeah. Not pleasant. I mean, Goryachkina has the 24 minutes, but I feel like he probably doesn't need the full extent of it.
Yes, but anyway, in endgames, the calculation is really important. And,
Sure.
you need to have time to calculate some lines. I hope that there's enough time.
Yeah. Or hopefully Goryachkina rushes it. But I think she's obviously a professional.
Yes,
So
of course, when your opponent had just 1 minute, of course, you sometimes want to play only for time. It's like natural. You think that, okay, I just will play whatever I want and I will just win. But sometimes it's not happen. You
yeah,
play fast and you make mistakes.
true. And then living off of increment, sometimes that's all they need. Even with just 1 minute, they can still find the win if the mistake is bad enough.
Yeah. Because of course, for example, 1 minute it could be enough if you are not in tournament hall, just at your home. Yes, you don't feel this tension, but when you are in your tournament hall, 1 minute it seems like, I don't know, probably 20 seconds.
Yeah. It's funny that you're saying, like, sometimes if you're trying to play your opponent's clock too much, sometimes you get too comfortable and you make a bad move. That happened in the last tournament I played. I was playing with the black pieces and I won a pawn relatively early, and basically I was just trying to play this game and just slowly convert into an endgame. And my opponent was spending so much time on the clock every single move, and by the end of it I really was like, oh, like every single move I make is like so easy to make, like it'll be fine, I should be winning. And the last move I made, my opponent actually flagged over the board. He ran out of time, and then when I plugged it into the computer, the last move I made was the move that went from a winning position to a drawn position. So fortunately, they did not have enough time to save the game, but yeah, I did blunder into a draw after being having a -2 position like the whole time.
Oh, yeah. What do you feel about this position, our dear viewers?
Oh yeah. Slumbering giant.
Yeah.
That is a very very good way of describing. The sweat one is hilarious. The snowman.
Okay, now we have not 25 minutes, but 20 for black. That's good.
Right.
Trying to find some pluses.
Must be hard to keep composure in this position.
Yeah.
True. True. I think I mean, honestly, that was really very like cautious play from Goryachkina to get the knight to e6. Because the only thorn in black side would have been the e-pawn running. So I'm even with the engine, I'm having a hard time finding any further complications that white can create. I mean, a very crazy
we have
king
a
walk.
comment. Yes, we have a comment. I would probably resign. I would feel too lost. Actually, it's too early to resign in this position. Of course, black is much better, but still there are some space for mistakes this ending game. But of course, you need to deal with your feeling of lost in such situation. Yes. So we have king b3 on our board. Yeah, but I feel not comfortable with time that Alexandra has on her clock, unfortunately.
I'm surprised c5 didn't come, but maybe c5 comes now.
Yes, king b3, what for this move?
I have no idea. That I mean, the knight maneuvering around. Pretty clear plan. King b3. I'm stumped. I have no idea. Oh my gosh, so damn happy. Thank you so much for the subscription. Subscribe for 5 months. Thank you so much. It means a lot to
Wow.
me. Yeah.
It's a great news.
Yep. They said good morning because they are in the US. So welcome to the show. Unfortunately, we are in a hard position to be in.
In terrible situation.
Yeah. But Alexandra is fighting on and hoping to find a complication somewhere in all this madness. I think, yeah. I mean, also in that last tournament that I played, I was playing against like a 10-year-old kid, which could be very scary. You know, you never know what you're getting when you play against the young ones. And he was in a completely winning endgame, but he got greedy, and I was able to like sacrifice my rook, which was my only remaining piece, to promote. And even though obviously I'm playing at a much different level, there are also GMs that will win from losing positions all the time. So it can happen, not unheard of, but obviously it is a tall task to ask from Alexandra. We'll see if she can make some magic happen here.
Yeah, of course, black they play, and it's like a must-win situation for black, and it's also pressure for black. But black, they have advantage, big advantage, and they do not have like really bad moves, I guess, in this position. But as we know, Alexandra Kosteniuk, she can defend really hard sometimes. So we hope that something good will happen, some miracle will happen.
Right. And just if you don't fight and you resign in a position like this all the time, well, even if you don't win every time or hold the draw, if you are able to hold the draw 1 out of every 8 times, that still makes a big difference over the long run, right? There's always a chance.
Yeah, and so as we can see, recently we had 1 minute versus 25, and now we have 1 minute versus 15. So it's much better.
Right. Slumbering Giant, do we both stream on Twitch? I do stream on Twitch, so I believe if you click !hosts, you will see my Twitch. And then Oksana, do you stream on Twitch, or did you used to stream on Twitch, or have plans to in the future?
No, only with my sister or only with some streamers, because yes, as I said it before in last streams, yes, I have a chess title, FIDE Master, but I have never considered chess as profession. But I had a lot of questions in my childhood, when you will be a grandmaster as your sister. And so I have not played in any professional tournaments after 16 years. So chess for me is a hobby. And of course I love chess as much as many here. But chess is just hobby. Of course, I sometimes I participate in some blitz tournaments. I really like to play blitz if I have time, because I'm a producer and director in advertising and video industry. So have no time for professional chess and professional streams.
Yeah. Yeah, it sounds like a lot of work. So but very, very cool product that I'm sure like seeing all the work come together into a final video is pretty satisfying, right?
Yes, of course.
Oh, so the point of King B3 is now King C2. King C2. I guess trying to paralyze this bishop, but
it seems like a dance
yeah,
on the board. king dance.
Yeah. Oh, another move quite quickly. King E1. I don't understand though. I feel like why continue to delay C5? Is it to also like freeze the bishop but also control all these squares so that there's a safe way to promote?
But why we could not play king e3? Just because knight takes f4.
Yeah.
No, knight. But we have pawn on e5. Yeah, so you see, we are tier 2. We have almost 5 hours of streaming, and of course, we do a lot of mistakes.
Yep.
So you see how it happens.
And as much as we are commentating, we took a few breaks here and there, and we also took a couple breaks to talk to chat, talk about movies, and meanwhile, the players are locked in at the table, focusing just on chess for the whole duration of the last 4.5 hours. So it's a big undertaking, all these games and matches.
Yeah, so we have a few moves more on our board, yeah.
Okay, so after
we had c5 and b5, and now I guess the position is worse. It's getting worse.
I think the issue is that black can win this pawn, and if the e-pawn's trying to run, the knight can always go back to c7.
But what we could do on c5? Did we have any better opportunity option?
That's a good point. It is not easy. I almost want to see if you here. Let's just make it a line. Okay, wait, can we promote c5 and b5 first?
Yeah, let's promote just
Okay.
b5 first, yes?
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
So now we can do an analysis line. If takes. I kind of want to play king e2 and bishop e3 and try and move this way. And as the pawn goes to promote, I mean, could we just sacrifice the bishop at some point to prevent promotion and try and hold knight? And knight versus an extra pawn? Probably not.
Because here, unfortunately, we don't have any better options in this position.
Yeah.
Every move, it seems not really good.
Ooh. Okay. I like this. So king d3, and Alexandra's like, okay, well, I have to create counterplay by getting my passed pawn. Well, my e pawn is stuck. It can't go anywhere. So why don't I threaten to win the b pawn and threaten to create a passed pawn? How can the knight defend everything? The king has come all the way into white's territory, so the king's not going to stop either of these two pawns. Oh wow. Okay. Now king c4 and bishop takes.
Yes, takes.
Takes b6. King takes here, and now it is a passed c pawn that survives. Meanwhile, this pawn is hanging, so it's it is kind of tough still.
At least we have ending with beauty moves.
Yeah. It's a very nice idea, but also incredibly accurate for Goryachkina to go and bring the king all the way back. I mean, this king castled,
Yeah.
made its way all the way to like C2, right? And now it's moving all the way back.
Yeah, but knight takes f4 already, and we see that it's quite difficult to manage with 3 pieces. With three pawns, I mean.
Right.
3 pawns.
And
How
if there's one more trick, because if you're too greedy, because white, no, white still can't hold on, because I think
e6, king c6, e7, king d7. We can take a pawn on c5, and
yeah.
probably we can stop these 2 pawns, which are close to each other. Yeah, we.
Right. But of course,
Yeah.
Goryachkina is a little bit more disciplined than we are, and she finds King C4 instead.
Yeah, that's our tricks to find the good lines for white today, but unfortunately, it's not so easy.
Yeah, we're really trying to make black's blunders come to a reality, but quite tough. It's quite tough. Yeah.
Reality.
Arcady coming in with plenty of messages here. Very nice, very nice. We love the support. It was a nice try for that trick, but I feel like the position's starting to slip away because King D5 trouble. King D5 and Knight G6 probably. What we're gonna see next. Yep.
Yeah, the point is that we just white can if they position only after big mistake. But it seems it will not happen today.
Yeah. One more thing. Wait, I guess can you promote move 55, King D5?
Yeah. And of course, also today Alexandra Kosteniuk, she has a white. Traditionally, it means that white should play for win and black for draw. So it means that tomorrow black should go for a win.
Yes. So yeah, it's gonna be quite a big task, but Alexandra obviously has more than enough fighting spirit to make it happen. So we'll see if she can execute the plan.
Yes, and also it means that when you need only a win and you understand that you can have a risk, and probably having a risk, it's much easier than playing to keep your advantage.
And I love what Arcady is saying. It doesn't matter how today ends. Alexandra never gives up, and we won't either. Tomorrow will come, and we will still continue to support.
Yeah, sure, definitely.
Very, very true. Oh, and Arcady was saying that Oksana will be with us tomorrow, so that's the secret good luck charm.
Oh, I hope so.
I hope so too. Eight, knight e6. Very odd. Yeah. Maybe since we started on day 1 with Alexandra saving a position that was slightly worse. Maybe I need to bring the suit back so that we can have a good result.
Yeah, probably. Just repeat our first day.
Right.
But with an extra point.
Exactly. Anna, am I an artist as well? No, I am I worked in finance, and right now I am basically chess content creator and commentator for the time being. But to be determined on whether I go back into finance, or if I try to figure out a small business, or ideally do chess content. But we have to find a way to make that work. Boost 59 was king e3, d3, f4, and that pawn is now running. This is how Goryachkina is planning on voting with safety.
Okay, they take a new list of the notes because it's already 60 moves.
Yeah, king c4, f3, bishop here, f2, takes, just promote with check. There's not much left to do, but the best try could maybe be to try and win this pawn, or even maybe king c4, king d5, and root the knight out. Oh, Dan is saying that Goryachkina is really getting closer to Ifan and Polgar. She's getting better and better, and she's only 24, so plenty of time. Goryachkina is 24 years old, and plenty of chess
Of course,
left.
she's much younger, and of course, when you're younger, it gives you some advantages, but
Yeah.
how we tell it in Russian, experience or youth.
I like that.
Actually, I'm not really agree that Alexandra Kosteniuk cannot compete as it was on her peak of career, because if we'll remember the last year, It was an incredibly good year for Alexandra because she won Women's World Cup in Sochi, where in the last match she won Goryachkina.
Oh, I didn't realize that she beat Goryachkina in the finals.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. So she knows it's possible. She can do it. And yeah, and in the last year she won the Women's World Rapid Championship.
Yes, as well. Yes, so it was a really successful year for her.
Okay, and she recently beat a 2700 Super Grandmaster, Vincent Keimer, in I think it was in the Salamanca Chess Festival. So, definitely some strong results all around. So, yeah.
Yeah, but of course, when you already have a lot of titles and you are getting older, you have new areas to develop yourself. And of course, Alexandra, she's not only focused in professional chess and professional tournaments. She also had she promote chess a lot. So
Exactly. Do you take here f2? Do we have tricks with bishop a7? I mean, it's a trick, but again, it's a. How much time does Goryachkina? Oh, okay, okay. Seems like Alexandra Kosteniuk resigned because, the result seems like it's final. I was gonna just. Oop, not that. I was gonna show this one line. If king takes c5, f2, bishop a7. Oh, you're promoting on the light square. Never mind. Yeah. Either way. Tough. Well, it was a valiant effort. It was a good fight. I think Alexandra Kosteniuk may be kicking herself a little bit for giving up the advantage, but hopefully she'll be able to be resilient and get a good rest tonight and come back stronger tomorrow.
Yes, we hope to find tomorrow a really interesting battle. Probably it will be more exciting right now because Alexandra Kosteniuk, she needs to win. And we are still looking for other match, Tan Junyi and Katerina Lagno. It will be interesting fight as well.
Absolutely. And there's one final fight that we haven't mentioned yet, and that is Kevin versus Oksana. Would you still like to partake in that one blitz game?
Yeah, let's have it.
Right. Well, we will. Chat, be prepared. You thought the commentary was done, but there's one final game to be played.
Okay. Can you send me a link, please?
The link. Okay. So, one small thing. I believe that link should work. And best of luck.
Yes, I'm here.
All right. Hopefully everyone can see it. Okay, and we go into the same type of opening as before. I don't remember what I did, but I'm gonna do this. I actually don't remember what I played
all
last time.
same. Yeah, it's all the same.
What did I do?
What do we learn from these rounds?
I don't know. Oh, I don't know what I learned. Still to be determined. Wow, I
What
used
do I learn? I learned to play faster.
Oh boy.
Because my problem sometimes it's time.
My problem is already time.
Okay.
I don't like that move, but I feel like a lot of these moves are not making sense right now. That's okay. We're gonna continue on.
That's okay. It's a blitz.
True, true.
Blitz. Okay, how should I play? Probably like this.
Huh? En passant, it's forced.
Okay.
Wait, this seems like a terrible plan actually. Why did I do this? I regret my decisions, but that's okay. What's my pawn structure? Okay, okay. Maybe making some progress, maybe not. I get so nervous during these games. My hands are actually sweating.
So you see, it's not too easy to play chess. It's more easy to commentate.
Exactly. Oh no. Just have to remember to play fast, but not too fast that I blunder everything.
So yes, keep balance in everything. It's quite difficult.
Ooh. Where do you want to go? I don't know, but I go here.
I just don't like my knight at f1. Probably it's not the correct time to play like this, but still. Okay.
Okay. Let's do it this way.
Oh.
Oh.
Yes, you sure?
Is this not?
Are you sure? I don't know. I just surprised. I was waiting A takes B4. Okay.
Fair. Fair. That would be reasonable. Oh wait. Oh, well, this is depressing now, but that's okay. My bishop is about to be very sad.
Are you sure?
Huh?
Do you like? Are you sure this okay?
Oh no. Where does my bishop belong? No, we're not here.
But it's too complicated. A lot of bishops, knights.
Yep.
You need to check every piece on the board. It's too complicated.
Yeah. Oh, wait.
Okay. Okay, so I can eat the pawn. I can eat the pawn. Pawn. How to eat it? Okay, let's this way.
Oh, this is troublesome.
Just a little bit.
Oh, this is really bad. I'm about to get hit with some nasty tactics here. I know it. I know there's gonna be some tactics, and they're not gonna be favorable for me. Yep. Okay, so I'm just losing a piece.
Yeah, it's nice move, knight g5. Yeah.
Well, we're gonna need to fight on somehow.
Okay.
You know what's really bad is I'm gonna lose a lot more than just one piece.
And probably. but still you have a little chances.
Oh gosh, I don't even know where.
Oh,
There's no good move here.
Time rush.
Yeah.
I guess yes. If to be honest, you know.
You know, I probably could have played a completely different move, but I think I'm stuck.
Okay, let's play this way.
It's a smart way to
But
play.
I guess that there was a better move. A better move just to attack everyone. Yeah. Yeah,
there's
so
the fork.
That's a fork.
Oh
That's
no.
a fork. Yeah. Okay. Yum yum.
Yeah.
Yeah, yummy.
My knight on e8 is so like sad. It's not even funny. It's very sad knight. Okay.
But that's okay when you have two knights.
True.
Two tricky knights. Nobody loves these tricky knights.
Yeah, they really don't.
Yes, I have time pressure on me. The same as you. I don't like knights on my field. Just go away.
I ran out of time there.
I don't know how to play. Probably like this. It wasn't the best move, I guess, but okay, doesn't matter. It's just you need to play somehow. Okay. Oh. I have bad mouse.
Oh no!
Sorry. I have a mouse trouble.
No! Okay, yeah. Too good. I was totally losing.
Sound, can I hear you?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. Yes. Okay.
I got so upset I ripped my microphone out.
Okay, yes, it was exciting battle as well.
Yeah.
Thank you for staying with us till the end. We really appreciate it. And so tomorrow we have at the same time, it's a different time to everyone. For me, it's 5 p.m. For Kevin, it's early morning. and Uzbekistan time. It's at 3 p.m. So it's a time for the last round in matches, and we hope that we will have tie breaks after the fourth round.
Yes. Hopefully we will see. Hopefully we will see that tie break happen because, as we know, the chess queen will not go out easily. She is a fighter, and she is going to be a really tough athlete to take down. So, going to be a exciting fight tomorrow, and no draws allowed. No draws. It's going to have to be decisive.
Yes, we believe in miracle. So
Yes.
let's see.
Exactly. And so hope you all enjoyed, and hope you all will enjoy it so much that you come back for more tomorrow.
Yes, have a rest and goodbye. See you tomorrow.
Sounds good. And if are you able to raid, by the way? Are you able to raid?
Yeah,
Okay.
yes, we are ready. So
should we raid?
Can you do it?
Maybe
yes,
Fiona?
we need to choose. Yes, let's say hi to Fiona from us.
Okay. I'm still unable to raid, so I don't know if you can enter in the command, or if there's another mod in chat.
So are we able or no?
I'm not sure. I'm wondering if I can do it from Restream.
Okay.
That work? There we go. Okay, it did work. I did it from the Restream app, and we are good. We are going to be raiding Fionketa. So
yeah, Fiona... it's great. Fiona is really great grandmaster and great streamer. So a big hi to Fiona from us.
Yeah. Tell her to send positive vibes for tomorrow. Positive energy for a win. All right, with that, we will be heading out, and take care, everyone.